welcome everyone. We're back for this second Yeti of the month. I'm here with NEETfull. The games will start very soon. We have a couple of nice little announcements before the tournament starts. Um, the channel, Serene Balance, and more precisely, Once in Love, who deals with everything, for his birthday today, is doing a couple of giveaways. The links are already in the chat. You can click on that, see all the details. There's a couple of very nice promos there to be raffled to everyone. So everyone click on that, join, and say happy birthday, everyone, to Once in Love.
Happy birthday, Once in Love.
We already have our matchup for the first rounds. I think it's going to be a semi-mirror match. Two CL decks. One is playing Fire, one is playing Wind. Both are going to level 3. So it's probably going to be a little bit of a grindy matchup. How do you feel about both packages?
Yeah, for sure. We're definitely seeing the Fire one. We're a little more traditional, what we've seen here in the past. A lot of the Fire Serene. We're kind of doing the liminal guide, pitching with Creative Shock and everybody's good old favorite Rile in the Abyss. So kind of the standard Fire package we've seen. And then it's going up against a Wind Umbra CL, which we've seen Wind CL here on stream before. That one was only a level 1, playing more allies. So this one's playing a little bit more. Looks like a kind of an ally tempo, using the allies to apply some pressure and use that kind of level 3 to help close out the game. Kind of similar to what we see kind of like a Wind Tristan do. So kind of excited to see this list and see what it can do.
Yeah, it looks some decent things. I'm looking at the Fire one, and I see that they're on the, let's call it, more traditional CL package, and not the popular Oblation list that has been played a lot in the past month. How do you feel about that list?
I will say the Oblivion list is definitely one that I think most people have kind of fallen into, is like kind of their go-to CL list. So I'm actually really happy to see kind of breaking away from that. I think True Champion kind of put it best that kind of if we stick on the Oblation, I don't think we give room to grow the deck and kind of see what it can do. And I do agree with them that I think CL has a very, very open book in terms of what you could potentially be doing, kind of the different options you could be taking with the deck, kind of ways to close out the game. So I'm really excited when we see a CL deck that isn't just, I'm going to banish the arcane card and shoot you to be the second or third best arcane deck in the game now.
Yeah, it's always nice to see people experiment. I see that this list, and only the Fire one, yeah, only the Fire one has the Sutsuri Vortex, the nice Fantasia that drains opponents whenever they activate a card to the same cost as your Omen. Hopefully, in this slower matchup, we'll see a lot of it. I loved the idea of the card. It's maybe not the best, but I love to see it play. So let's get right into it. It seems like Jaslim on Win CL will be starting.
Yep, and looks like hands already drawn and kind of thinking about the first play. I wouldn't be shocked here, yep, with just a pass and let your opponent do their turn. Very common for a lot of CL lists just to be like, let's not run anything out yet. Let's just hold our ground and play something fast speed.
Yeah, and you, especially when you have those options and you don't know what your opponent is playing, having that little more information always helps. We have a Serene Spirit for Rhea, though, so we'll have that initial glimpse. Always one of the biggest decision points in the game, I feel, playing those types of deck.
Oh, for sure. And definitely with the pitch 3, it means I'm going to make a call and there's probably at least one Ryle or a Spectre already in that hand. And then possibly a Dungeon Guide with already keeping 3 would be my thought in
Yeah, that's
that.
pretty
But
much all you want to keep in those, and you just put everything else away and try to find more ramp in a way.
yeah. And especially with their opponent on Wind, there's probably not too much craziness on keeping the null spell right off the bat. Mainly that's there to kind of catch your opponent's Ryle. So most likely kind of just digging to try to, at this point, speed up to 3 and hopefully beat your opponent to getting there. And
So
we're
it's,
seeing the very quick fire bubble come out on this
yeah,
side, so no
if you
level
have
yet.
nothing else to do, drawing at level 1 is just perfect, right?
Ooh,
Oh, is
Wind
that a
Cutter.
wind cutter? I love that. I always thought that'd be great with CL because there's no on hit here. We're not even trying it. The goal of putting wind cutter in this list is that you can make use of CL's mastery, boosting your attack, and it's essentially a weapon with infinite durability, right? It lets you attack every turn at no resource cost.
Yeah, no reveal on the on hit though is a little interesting actually.
Probably a very bad hand here. That's the eternal problem with Advanced Elements deck and not playing a Serene Spirit. Sometimes you just draw the brick.
Sometimes you draw the royal flush in the worst way possible. And we did see the Ryo come out.
We do have a level up from the other side. The fire deck, again, just rushing the level as fast as they can. And we have the Judge Call here, probably indicating that the reveal on Wing Cutter is mandatory. Even if you know you're not getting the effect, you have to show a card to your opponent.
Yep, sometimes these cards do not say may. So, got to do it.
And that information to your opponent could be very big. Or maybe you'll just show them the card that you'll immediately banish the turn after the level up, and it gives away pretty much nothing.
Yep, looks like we're just kind of backtracking a little bit just to possibly go for the reveal here. Yeah. Yep, going for the random.
I think this would also show us what is in Jasl's hand that could show that possible brick. No, that is a win card. So
It
the
is a
win
win
cutter
card.
will come back. Seems that was just a missed trigger then.
Sometimes you just play the deck really fast and you completely forget what the card does. I've been there.
Yeah, you're just focused on wanting to put cards down and level up that you forget what you actually play the card. So I think the main game plan for the win deck here will be to dump as many allies as they can. There's except for the Carter obviously wants to get to Umbra. There's not that much clearing potential in the fire list. So definitely the wind list is the one that can control the board more, and that's probably their main win con more than the big Umbra endgame stuff.
Yeah. And this is a matchup where you do want to be a little careful though on putting too many allies on board. Because if they resolve a Carter and then you have 5 or 6 allies on board, letting them heal possibly 7 life from just playing the Carter and clearing the board can be the difference between either getting that game or being just out of reach of the damage you need.
The wind list though has the potential for the very funny favorable omen. It's kind of like favorable wind, but it gives extra life to your board equal to the number of different costed omen or just different omens that you have. I don't forget the exact wording, but it's a bigger, better favorable omen. Currently running
Yeah.
at 2 of, so they still need to draw it. But it seems instead they're going for the other CL game plan of just playing all the big attacks, and sometimes that's enough to win, right? It's big attacks are surprisingly hard to interact with. So sometimes you just go heavy swing, lamentation stall, and then you play the armor and you bring back the lamentation stall and you swing for another 10 and your opponent's dead and there's nothing they could do.
Listen, 6 damage, nothing to nothing to laugh at. Just a big bonk is sometimes just gets you there. We see other decks play swings for 4 and 5 damage because it's pretty much at that point it's a big hit. Why not go for it? And as well in this CO deck, as you said, that heavy swing is not is going to add a lot more as we go through the later stages of this game. We
Let's
see
see
Rhea
how Ray.
thinking about end of turn. It looks like, or
Yeah,
thinking of materialization.
probably another maybe thinking about playing another something to gamble another flip. Maybe Rhea has like a Rally Abyss or Creative Shock in hand and nothing to discard, but just wants to maybe think about finding something.
Yep, and we see the sick champion swap mid game, but no, it looks like caught. They realized they put out the level 2 CL and not the level 1. when they
Yeah,
started the game. So
especially on champions that look very similar in their level 1 and 2. Sometimes you just like don't put them back in the right order, so you just flip the top card to level up, and wait, that was the wrong one.
the number of times I put out level 2 Lorraine instead of level 1 and just didn't pay attention. It is a very common thing to do in this game.
So apparently not level up for Rhea. We played a backup charger to keep that influence up. Maybe thinking that, given that Chaslem has played no allies yet, the pressure's not too high, right? You can take a turn off, get more cards, and maybe get a more favorable level up the next turn.
Oh, and sometimes just taking the extra turn when you're already level 1, being able to banish some additional omens just to make that level 2 a little more spicy. Sometimes you're sitting with 3 liminal guides in hand and you just wait for the level 2, put them all in there, and have a really, really sick level 3.
Yeah, getting 2 floats off of your... Oh, or just a dungeon guide to level 2 is also a very reasonable game plan.
These are the kind of points when you see them go dungeon guide level 2, you think, are they worried about the health pool or do they have the second one in hand? And my
Wait,
thought is they might have the second dungeon guide at the ready.
in this deck, they clearly have the second one in hand. Especially if you're playing against... I mean, Wind could be having Stifling Trap. Does this list run it? Probably, right? It's such a Wind staple. There are no Stifling Trap in the Wind list. Interesting.
Yeah, none sideboard either. Probably I'm likely gonna bank a little bit more on um probably that Chrysalis Hazy Caterpillar to kind of somewhat do that same job in some case scenarios. Not necessarily the on-enter effects, but to deal with the board. But
Let's see if the second dungeon guide comes down. 1, 2. No, that is...
I believe it's a turbocharge. Yep.
Oh yeah,
There goes the power
that's
cell.
the new SP3 turbocharge.
Ooh, they look so pretty. And they
The
look
only
great
reason
in
I
foil.
haven't changed yet is that I have a foil of the old one, so I hadn't felt the need to change. But yeah, that... Especially, I love the SP3 frame.
Having the full art cards is absolutely beautiful. I can tell
That's
you I
in
picked up a
the...
playset of forest cakes in full art pretty
Oh yeah, the
quickly.
forest cake is very nice, especially with Sylvie on it. But that Fire Sale deck has been drawing so many cards.
That's one thing we're currently seeing with kind of the tradition of fire right now is if your opponent's not doing anything, they're not pressuring you. A lot of these decks will become a lot more greedy with their draw of just saying, you know what, you're giving me time. I'm gonna sculpt this hand a little bit. I'm gonna get the answers I want, and I'm gonna make sure my level 3 is either one gonna close out the game or be very very tuned to any situation that might arise in these matchups.
Playing greedy is just so fun, so satisfying.
Especially when it pays off.
Yeah, that's basically the only reason people play Merlin, right? Just that feeling of drawing 12 cards. So we see... What is the name of it? Some of the Wind Seal package. This is the one that scales if you have omens in the Wind
I'm
Seal.
gonna butcher the
Exactly,
name.
the Uragan Sentinel, the one that summons the Vacuous Servant.
Yeah, I think Oregon Sentinel, I believe or I'm just saying Oregon Sentinel at this point. uh, is one I have to look up how to pronounce it, but Oregon Sentinel is what we're looking at, and yeah, it's on enter, summon a servant token into play. This servant's pretty cool because for every ally omen that you have, you're gonna get +1 health, and for every attack card or attack omen, you're gonna get +1 attack. So already having the heavy swing in there means we're essentially getting what a 1/2 and a 2/1 in play for that value. So pretty good
Yeah,
for 4.
4 cost 3/3 is kind of on rate, but those tokens will get much scarier as the game goes on, if it goes on much longer.
And in this case, we do not care about that dungeon guide. We are going all in on this life total, which very much I think you may have called it very early on. I think we're kind of setting up for this Lamentations toll to kind of just close out a game here at level 3.
That's exactly what I was waiting for. So we're losing some value here by banishing an omen straight from the hand, you're losing a full card. But it's very important to do because we're getting an ally here. And that means that the Vacuous Servant will go up to 2 life. And so the Dungeon Guide by itself is not able to clear it.
And now having to commit an extra attacker just to deal with it is a situation you you would much rather your opponent be in.
So possibly the best clear here, if Rhea levels up to 3, the Omen Banish at end of turn will still be able to clear it. That is a 2 damage proc. Let's see if we see the second Dungeon Guide.
3 cards going down. Thinking about it. Yep, there it is. Dungeon Guide number 2.
That's also the big strength of the RAL package. Not just the card advantage, but the fact that you're constantly filtering through so many cards that you'll be seeing all the cards that you want. Even like the Oblation version of the deck, it's much more of a combo deck that relies on seeing some very exact cards. But it doesn't hurt as much to be playing that very strict combo game plan because you'll be seeing so many cards that it's hard to whiff on your combo.
Yep, and we do not care about clearing allies with allies in this game. It is all punches at the face in this matchup.
Yeah, at some points the damage of CL will scale up super fast, and so any small advantage in the early game can put that benchmark much closer. It's especially important because CL can go up to 30 life, and that's a very hard point to get for some decks. Or just because Carter is coming right after, so there's no need to hit the allies.
Now this is a card I have not gotten to see play yet since its release, and I am actually liking it in this in this list. We see a Siphoning Fractal hitting the board.
Yeah.
And followed by a Carter? Ooh.
A lot of life gain here, negating a lot of that early heavy swing. Siphoning Fractal is very interesting. It's funny because it goes into the full kind of life drain package that CL has on the side. It's not the most played card, as you said, but I can see some uses to it. If you're expecting that chip damage, I feel like it'd be a good sideboard card against maybe Razorgale if that ever comes back.
Oh yeah, especially for Razorgale, and as well as like a lot of these lists, especially if you think you're going to be playing the CL matchup where you might see the Vortex. A lot of that deck does rely on also doing kind of small intervals of chip damage before kind of the final closeout. So in this matchup, it's a pretty good card to say I'm going to not only chip you down, but I'm going to keep you out of that one shot range, which is absolutely incredible for this.
Even more so because Rhea is currently on Serene Spirit. So if they ever heal down back to 0, you need to do 36 in one shot to be able to kill.
Yeah, and that's also not put to the side that Siphoning Fractal is reservable. So, in a sense, that card is essentially not a loss of influence either, which is pretty big.
Yeah, sadly, nothing much more to use it. The fact that it's Umbra means that it's a fractal that you can't use to make that very, very nice pay 1 fractal and 2 for your dungeon guide. But there's still a lot of uses for those fractals in the late game. Another heavy swing for a lot of damage. We're also seeing more one of the good uses, a lot of decks like Fire use the CL level 2 to put floating memory in the graveyard to make leveling to 3 much easier. But another thing you can do is prepare your next couple of turns of Omen. We see one of the Wind Cutters being discarded here to CL level 2. And that means it's an extra attack to put in Omens if you ever get another Vacuous Servant later in the game.
Which we're seeing, I think, 4 of them in the list. So Wouldn't be shocked if we see another one here, especially this, like as we mentioned, as the game goes along, those servants become a little bit more terrifying because it goes from a simple 2-2 to, in some cases, that could turn into a 3-4, 4-4, 5, and maybe a 5-2. So there's a lot of ways that that can just become incredibly scary in this list.
Yeah, and the list is also running a fan favorite in Sablier Guards, the ally that grows with every different omen cost in your banish. So no shortage of very, very big beaters in there.
Yeah, and especially with the especially if you get if like any deck stumbles and kind of gives you that extra turn, that's just one more power you're probably putting under the that omen count. So
It's always funny to build decks for Ciel because you're trying to fit all those different costs to activate your omen synergies. Wind has a overall slightly easier time at this. There's a lot of good 1 and 4 cost win cards. So you have access inherently to the, let's say, bigger cost range. You know, you'd be playing the Ace Protectors anyway. There's Fairy Whispers to fill in the 1 cost slots. There's Veiling Breeze. Are we actually playing Veiling Breeze? I don't think we are. Also interesting.
and we are seeing Rhea throughout the terraforming here. Actually, a very safe call because this way you're not allowing your opponent to dungeon guide into Carter for a swing.
Is the Carter scary, or are we scared of like Elementation Stall?
Probably both.
I think that also stops that. That is the new library witch, right? That angle is
It
weird.
does look like the new beautiful Honshu Library
Yeah,
Witch.
it is. So we are up to 4 Omen for Rhea, very soon hitting that point where Ciel will be able to draw a card every time it swings.
I have learned firsthand this is not a deck that you can kind of sit at level 3 against for very long because once that 5th Omen count gets up, you're gonna get outpaced very, very quickly by this deck.
Yeah, between the +3 damage on attack on the Mastery and the 2 damage every turn from banishing an Omen, the damage racks up very fast. Unless you're playing like Luxem and you can heal 12 damage a turn, there's no way you're keeping up with that.
And it does not look like we saw the activation of Terrafring this turn.
Yeah, Rhea probably thinking that with no bigger weapon being materialized, no level 3, there's not a lot of threats coming out. Of note, too, Jaslam's deck is going to level 3, but there's no dungeon guide in there. So if we want to see a CL level 3, it absolutely needs to be materialized at the start of the turn.
And we're seeing another ally from hand be banished underneath the Omen count.
That makes for
Likely
not
means
a
we
lot
have
of
plans
influence.
for the allies rather than the.
I think we're probably planning on level up here. The Shieldmate will clearly die. The Shieldmate essentially does nothing in blocking damage here because Carter still has Sleeve. But because Carter has Sleeve, there's also no way except not swinging for Rhea to not kill the Shieldmate. So that's pretty much a guaranteed float in the graveyard. Another Library Witch, quite a good card against Ciel, since all we're expecting is those big swings.
Back to the old days of how do you deal with a big attack Lorraine? Put a Library Witch in the way.
Merlin would be proud.
A
So we
mage's
do,
best friend.
yeah, we do choose to simply not attack at all through the Terrafring and delaying level up by another turn, which could possibly mean game. 6 life left is not a lot for this Ciel. seeing the Sentinel again. So this servant will be I think a 2/4. If I
I
remember
believe. I
correctly.
think we saw the Wind Cutter go in, and then we have at least 2 allies because we definitely saw the second ally from hand with the ace in. So yep, it looks 2 and 2, 2 attacks, and 2 allies. It is.
So the Carter definitely needs to go. And then we're also probably clearing the dungeon guide because we just want... No, we're going on the library witch. Interesting.
For me, I see Carter on board, and I'm like, it's got to go. Not a fan of that guy.
Carter's also a card I'm very happy to see come back. It's been played a lot back in the days, back when the old Umbra Dino was popular, and then that deck fell out of favor, so people all forgot about Carter. Tristan never really bothered with it, in part because there's no cleave class bonus. But since Carter says Ranger Guardian, and we
Now
also
we're
see
seeing
Devouring
Devouring
Malice.
Malice hit play.
A lot of people have tried it. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the card. I feel like it's too many resources to lose and it's too vulnerable to removal, but the effect can definitely be worth it.
Yeah, for me, I think if I have some extra floating, especially in a deck like Fire, the Fire Seal, I actually quite like this card. Mainly because you can essentially just stop at 2 counters. You don't need to go the full 3. And then just being able to clear an ally off your opponent's board by just making the Regalia, pretty sweet. Letting you go through those pesky blockers, taunt, and intercept. And then, of course, if you're in a really good spot and you just want to get some extra damage in there, it does say just deal 3 damage.
Yeah, and there's also always the possibility of drawing 2. It deals little damage to yourself, but that could almost be considered an upside if you're also running Chalice of Blood, which is rare. Yes, we do see the Chalice of Blood also in the list. A classic for every Guardian deck. It's much easier to stay alive at over 20 damage if you've got 30 to start with. And nothing feels better to a card game player than reading draw 2 cards.
Doing it twice is even better.
Doing it 4 times.
Yeah, it looks like that was kind of wrap on game 1. Definitely with that kind of board, not many ways out in that case. So both players going to probably look at their sideboard, probably bring some pieces in. Here for the win deck, not too much would come in this matchup. The fire bubble's already main board, so no reason to move either the water or the wind bobble over. And nullifying lantern, not much in this matchup that we're really targeting. So we could see the Mustangs come into play, just as a way to maybe clear out something like the Malice if it hits play or something in that regard. But most likely, we'll probably see this list pretty much stay as is.
I guess, yeah, I see a lot of reason to bring in the Mustang just to clear the early swords to make sure your board doesn't get picked off by the champion just attacking.
And then going to Reyes. Reyes' list had quite a few spicy pieces of sideboard tech that we could see come in. Slip Away against the ally matchups is incredibly powerful. Being able to have the on-demand stealth and spell shroud, pretty nice. And we could see the Crystalline Destiny now that we know our opponent is doing the heavy swing. That could probably lead us to think maybe they're going for these one big hit Oonga Boonga swings. So being able to say Crystalline Destiny and say you're not taking anything and making everything cost 2 more, pretty good trade.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the number of card Fire Steel has. Trading 1 for 1 is always a winning proposition. Do you think the Leporine mask came in? Do you think Reyes playing this matchup greedy enough that another card draw is worth it? Probably is. Is there something? Yeah, we can remove the Sacred Amulet, right? There's no use to the deck, so why not put it in?
Yeah, I don't see why not. And it's also we already saw our opponent kind of take their time on levels 2, not going straight to 3, knowing we probably have the same amount of time that they do. So I would not be shocked if it just came in as another backup charger.
Windmill Engineer, the classic turn 1 win play, always good value. We see is that a Valkyrie or is that a CL card in the... Is Valkyrie in the list?
Valkyrie is in the list, actually.
Yes, that is the armored Valkyrie. The 2/2 steadfast and kind of retort 2. A great allies to fight for the board.
And the classic Fairy Whispers.
That's always the big decision too. Do you play your Fairy Whispers before or after your Windmill Engineer? Right? Do you want to dig deeper, or do you want your windmill to guarantee you drawing something good?
I'm always in the boat. I like to do the Fairy Whispers usually first, most of the time, just because in case I maybe see the Reclaim or something like that, it might influence what I'm doing. As well, is sometimes if you're being forced to level, then I can essentially not only get a card I want, but generally put a card that maybe I don't need in this matchup. You look at it and you see maybe like, I really do not need for Tristan. I don't need Incap. So let's just put it there and get rid of that as my banish.
We see a keep 3 bottom 3 from Rhea, so a decent starting hand.
Very similar keep the last time. Is it double dungeon guide again? I'm feeling double dungeon guide.
Clearly, it's a 2 Ral, 2 Liminal, 2 Undying Dreams hand.
I've heard it's pretty good when you double Ryle.
Who would have guessed?
It looks like an Undying Dreams was the pitch. It looks like
No, I think that's the water
Current?
specter that has, yes.
Yeah, my mistake. I was just looking at the beautiful, beautiful playmat from.
Oh yeah, I got that one. I'm so happy about it.
My teammate Krios was so happy to get one. First thing he showed us when he got back from Boston, he's like, "Look what I got when I was out there. Didn't make day 2, but I still got one."
More opportunities to win one in a month and a half at Niagara.
That is true. That is very
stand's
true.
coming to Canada just near us.
You get to play Grand Archive and see a pretty big waterfall. I think that's a win-win. We ain't wasting any time. We're showing what this deck is about. Heavy swing coming in for 6 right off the bat.
Heavy swing on Spirit is always very scary.
I will say 6 is better than 8 though. Onto Spirit. Talking from a little bit of experience.
Imagine playing CL with Icebound Slam.
Oh, we were talking about this week. If we had Icebound Slam with CL, I would not want to think about my opponent being like, I only hit you for 3 with Icebound Slam, but I did mill 3 liminal guides, so
And that's why that card was banned.
you hear that, Sildar? Bring it back. We're ready. The meta's evolved.
Just unban everything, right? Just give us that
Clean slate. Let's start it over again. Average draw 2, balanced right now.
Don't unban Sword of Avedis, but just give us the equals full Lorraine. We do see 2 floating being discarded by this Rally Abyss. A very nice +2 here.
Are you telling me if you discard 2 Specters off Ryle, you get to draw 2 more cards?
Yeah.
That seems pretty good.
And guess what? Those 2 more cards could be another Rally Abyss.
Oh, looking over at chat. Looking over at chat, we will keep Reckless Conversion also banned. Mainly because we just don't want to help Rye.
Nah, that's fine.
Rye got support. Stop asking.
Yeah, exactly. He got like one good card.
It's Birdseye with the Dagger of Avarice. Let's do it. I'm ready.
I mean, that's clearly what Merkblades is going to be with Pendragon as soon as the new Merlin releases anyway, so.
If we don't see that card gone at the release of that, I'm going to be shocked.
Well, I don't think it's going to be banned on release. They'll give it one tournament, like with every card, you know, they don't pre-ban, ever.
If we,
Lamentations Toll.
There we go. Well, yeah. That seems like a lot.
That is coming for 10. Oh no, wait, right. That's his level 2+, so that's only swinging for 3. That is... It's a bit too early to play that.
Does he have a second one? That's the question. Truly, did they pre-ban Erupting? Or was Erupting banned for its sins?
Yeah, exactly. They said I didn't want Erupting interacting when in power, but Erupting already ruled the meta enough.
Right now, what's Merkblade used in? Fiza? Yeah, who cares? What does that deck do? Like 25 damage on turn 2?
Fiza uses it for Blazing Throw. Windzander used it just to clear allies sometimes. Or to hit Slice and Dice through a prevent 3 damage.
Well, hearing in the chat, we've been banned from casting now. Ooh.
Do we really want to work for someone whose favorite deck was Erupting? That's the real question.
That now we're putting the real. Well, we're just hearing in our ear that it's Winlux. All right, we'll believe you for now. The Erupting lover.
Spells from Rhea. We're playing all of the fire draw spells here.
I'm shocked we haven't seen like a 4th Ryle already in hand at this rate.
At some point, you're keeping your extra Riles to discard to the other Riles.
Seeing some cards go down. Is this a double dungeon guide again?
No,
Limo
that's
guide hard.
playing Limo guides. Were we on Cremation Ritual?
We are on 3 Cremation Rituals.
Then clearly we know the next card played. There we go. Cremation Ritual. Also pretty good.
What is that influence at now? Are we at 9 influence already?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it 11? Because we played Flamme Sarcelle this turn, right?
Did we do it? Or are you doing... Is that a slow or is it fast?
It is a fast, but I think
we may have done that at Recollection. Maybe?
Maybe.
Oh, I'm getting word that it was discarded. Most likely discarded off the Omenbringer trigger.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. So we're playing the Armoire here. Possibly bringing back the Lamentation Stone next turn, right? This turn you omen it, next turn you level up, and then you armor it, and you swing again for another 11.
It makes sense to me, and it would not surprise me if this is also going to force the level 3 from Rhea's side.
So many games stolen back in my Tony days because people didn't expect the level 2 +3 damage, heavy swing, with Bastard Sword, that's 12? 12.
It's a big bonk. I've learned heavy swing is a very big bonk. Another windmill engineer coming out.
Perfect leveling fodder. Pushing just a little bit of chip damage. And we are seeing the Valkyries coming out.
Armor Valkyrie is a card that I think at release I tried almost every possible way with using this card, and even in decks where I had no business using it. I'm like, man, Steadfast seems so cool.
It's great if the format was a little more interactive. If your goal is to win the board, Valkyrie is always trading favorably. The best use for Valkyrie is at my local. We tried to draft ALC once, and I ended up with a deck with like 7 Valkyries in it, and that was amazing.
You ain't getting through this board.
So we're seeing the armor too from Reyes' side, so we're probably seeing a dungeon guide here.
I would probably make that as a safe bet because I don't think we have anything really in there that we're. Yep, there we go. That we're super crazy on getting back, so that makes a lot of sense to me.
Another dungeon guide being banished to the Unenter, and Mustang, who is not that useful right now. There's no weapon on the board to destroy. It's always useless to target the armor because you can just crack it in response. And we do get the liminal guide back.
Makes me think, do we have another dungeon guide in hand? I called it early. Double dungeon guide? Nah. Freya's like, watch this. Triple dungeon guide.
Here leaves the one card left in memory. Now, what do we do with that sweet Umbra element we just unlocked? That is Carter.
That's a pretty good thing to do with it.
That also helps in putting you out of range of that big Lamentation Stall swing. Being able to recover 3 here, plus the 30 life that we got from leveling up. And I don't think Jaslim is able to do 18 this turn.
Nope, and we're not seeing the Retaliate come off of the Steadfast. And it could be just maybe not wanting to give that extra health could be a very big deal. Because in this situation, when we do know we have Toll, that may be something we're thinking about. Is not giving that extra 1.
Yeah, and sometimes there's just the psychological factor of seeing the Carter again and knowing that is putting a big hamper on your ability to build a board. So we see the level up. We have 3 omens, so let's see what we can get in the graveyard from there. A nice floating memory being found here right off the top from the attack that recovers in Umbra. The Wallop, Exsanguinating Wallop. So a slightly easier path to level 3 for next turn. Are we playing the Toll this turn, or are we keeping the armor for the extra 2 damage? The other very good use of the armor is that since it does put an omen counter on something, if you wait for your level 3 to use it, it's an extra free 2 damage at fast speed. So you can use it whenever to snipe something off.
That is true. We could be waiting just to get the Toll whenever we know we have the lethal, because we do have to do, what is that, +6 on the spirit, so we're looking at 18 +6, so 24. if I can do the math right.
That is correct. And that Sablier Guard is, I think, all three of those omens are different costs, so that would be a 4/4.
Yeah, because 6 cost off the heavy, 4 cost off of the toll, and don't remember what the third card was. But I don't
The heavy
believe it was
swing.
4 or which one was it?
The heavy swing
Yeah, the heavy swing was 6, toll was 4.
and the windmill engineer, maybe? No.
Might have been
Yes.
Sentinel. So Sentinel would be 4 though, so that does make it. It does make it to only +2 because it has to be different costs on this one.
And here we saw Resolute Stand being used to save Carter, I'm pretty sure, since Rhea took no damage. Interesting play. There's a lot of value in Carter, especially in the healing, the recover that can be gotten from it. Is it worth an extra card? Often is.
I think especially because you know your opponent is on very ally based kind of situation, and as Rhea for this kind of game, Rhea may not know their opponent can go to level 3 yet. So maybe
Well,
they're thinking it's a level
we do
2.
still have Umbra cards being banished, so
That is true. That is true. I just don't pay attention. And it
oh, and
looks
we
like
see
that
the Vortex
vortex is
come
hitting.
out. So what do we have in banished? There's 3. What
I think,
has been banished? I think that was an Umbra site. So we have 3, 0, and
think it's a siphoning fractal is the bottom one as well. So a 2, I think? A siphoning 2?
I think 0, 2,
Yep,
and 3.
2. Yep. Which this is a card that I had to read 4 or 5 times till I finally got it right, which specifically the big thing about this is each of your omens get the effect, not that you essentially check them. So the way it essentially works is every omen as part of its effect now has whenever an opponent activates a card with the same reserve cost as this omen specifically, you recover 1 and deal 1 to the enemy champion. So it is separate triggers when this does happen. So if you have 3 costs and your opponent plays a 3, then you get 3 separate instances of recover 1, deal 1, recover 1, deal 1, recover 1, deal 1. Took me a very long time to understand how that card worked.
Oh, that was a Spirel short screen that was banished. I think. Now that we had a better view at it.
Oh, yep, I think, yep. And actually, yeah, it was Umber Sight. It was a card. So yeah, 0.
2 and 3, yeah.
Yep, 0, 2, and 3. 3 costs are getting scary to play.
Again, at least the Windsail deck has a wide variety of costs, so you won't ever get completely locked having to pay 4 life to play something. Does make that Wind Cutter in hand a bit less appealing to play.
And Sentinel's a great way to dodge all those costs.
And a good way to possibly clear that Carter that's still on board. Although there's not that many allies in the Omens right now, so maybe that armor could be used to snipe up the Servant.
Very, very good point. That at this point, that armor essentially says a deal 2 to something on demand.
Armor is such a versatile card. I think it's probably my favorite card in the Ciel starter deck, or even Ciel's kit as a whole.
I'm gonna go and say I think it is my favorite card as a whole. That card attack because you just do so many things with this card. Because being at level 3, it unlocks so much potential of essentially being being a way to shoot something for 2, being a way to get back your key cards to win the game, and doubling up key cards as well is a very big thing that this card does.
Mhm.
I don't know if you've been Regal looped yet, but it doesn't feel great.
Not yet, thankfully, but also I haven't been playing decks that fear being regaled yet.
More of the full-on aggro, full-on aggro, full-on allies.
We do what we must in this meta. Oh, so we're bringing back the Resolute stand to save the Carter again. And sending the Omen damage to face, putting that pressure on. There's only 12 life left. Against the CL, that's not a lot.
Looks like in a turn, we're tucking one more ally in there.
Probably making sure that the Servant survives the Carter swing. Is there any other spicy CL card that I want to play before this game closes? We do have Nocturne's Oblivion in Rare's list, the basically Excalibur, but for Umbra. But there's not that many good targets right now, right? That's the kind of premium removal that you get for something a little bigger than just some token. You could play it in Recollect here to clear the Tariff Ring, and possibly go for lethal? But
That
seems
is
we are past the Recollect.
Carter for 2, it looks like.
Yep, so we clear both allies, we recover 2, getting ever farther away from that potential big one-shot kill swing. And the
Very similar
library,
last game too. Library Witch to close out the big attack.
and we hit that 5 omen, so we'll be drawing every turn and getting more and more advantage, furthering the gap.
You definitely don't want to play a 3 cost at this point. We've kind of hit the point where it has to be a very, very good 3 cost for you to want to play one at this to be a progress this game.
Interestingly, Ray's list is playing only a single weapon, and that is the Concentré. I guess there's not much use for a cheaper sword if you're not swinging until level 3.
Yep, and showing the opponent the hand, say, "Yeah, I've got nothing. Let's let's move it along."
Yeah, it's sometimes easy to see when you're playing an allies deck. If your board just gets cleared again and again, you're on the back foot, and you know there's very little ways to be able to come back from this.
Yeah, two attempts at Carter to try to get it off the board, trying to get a reset, and opponent just saying resolute, resolute is not a good feeling. At that point, it's kind of writings on the wall. It's like I think it's too out of reach for me at this point.
Sometimes your opponent just has all the answers, and there's not much you could have done that game.
It happens. It's and as well as also Ray is very well known for playing this list from the very beginning, pretty early on in this season. Rhea knew what their routes were, knew exactly kind of what situations need to be set up, and as we talked about early on, it was your opponent tries to build up a board, and you just kind of save that Carter, take your time going to 3, so you can go dungeon guide, swing with Carter, sacking the dungeon guide, clear the board, and now the game's mine. I essentially take the steering wheel. I'm gonna have control from the rest of the game from this point forward.
It's also very nice to see someone find their deck. You see players just like switch from deck to deck, and then the new champion releases, and they just play exclusively that for the next 6 months.
Yeah, and CL I think is also like one of the decks right now, which I think has a really nice and very kind of broad spectrum of type of routes you can take in terms of what you want to do, as we talked about beforehand. So I think this is actually one of the times where not only is it a new champion, but it's a new champion that is essentially this huge open kind of playground to kind of say, all right, let's try doing this week. You know what? I didn't like that. Let's go and try this week. And that's what we kind of seen with this deck list. And it's very cool to see. It is a lot of fire at the end of the day is what we're seeing, but seeing the different fire lists take different approaches kind of alleviates that thing of like, we're gonna have the same engine, but let's try some different ways to play the game. And that's a really cool thing to see with this deck.
Yeah, it is nice that the package has unlocked all these different win conditions that maybe were considered a bit too slow before. So we're seeing a lot of fan favorites coming back from Ansouls that has won Boston, from Luxem coming back because it can be just a little faster against aggro. All the CL packages. Obviously, there's the horse and taxes list that has been popular too. A lot of people trying Validas one way or another, sometimes feeling that the leveling to 3 but not getting an advanced element being not worth the value. But if you have all those liminal guys and all that float, then now maybe it's worth it.
Yeah, and it's a list that it's kind of like we've kind of seen it in our locals as well. It's kind of a boogeyman kind of list. You have to respect that it's out there kind of thing because you can't just like go in blindly play these super greedy lists like we've seen with these fire lists of saying I'm gonna cut pretty much every piece of interaction from my fireboard and it's gonna be cremates, it's gonna be cremations, it's gonna be riles, it's gonna be floating memory, and then I'll worry about my protection when I'm level 3. So it's kind of a deck that if their opponent's doing that, you're like, what if you didn't get to 3 anytime soon, or you have to lose all your cards to get to 3? Then it's kind of like a little scarier to have to play into this.
And since they removed all that interaction, that's when you hit them with Snow White 3 turns in a row.
That's actually something that Snow White seeing a little bit more play. I don't know if you looked at the California regional, the
Yes,
number one Merlin list.
I saw the list. The player is someone I've interacted with a lot ever since at Ascent Santa Clara. We ended up round 2 playing a Water Merlin mirror match. I think we were the only 2 Water Merlins in the room. And so we've kept in touch ever since. We see each other at every Ascent and we talk about our water decks. Very happy to see him win the regionals with that. But yeah, Snow White's doing a lot of work. It's how I made day 2 at Boston.
Yeah, it's
Right.
it's cool because we saw it very early on at Boston, played how we thought the deck was going to use Snow White, which was we're not only going to play it to stop opponent's level, but we're going to use it as a way to almost tempo the game in a way. We're going to essentially like, cool, play an ally, freezing hail you, play an ally, Snow White, play an ally, freezing hail. Essentially, just do this one after one. But seeing the control list, not necessarily use it for the tempo, and just say, you know what, I'm gonna say no level this turn, and that was and it's very big. Sometimes you know when the turn's coming. You know when something like in Soul has it ready and in hand, wants to desperately go to 2 to clear the board, or wants to go to 3 to play the insole, and you can just say not this turn, and it can be huge. It can be the difference between them winning the game and them just not being able to interact with you for the rest of the match.
Yeah, and super versatile too. You can play it when your opponent's already level 3 just so they don't attack next turn. It's great against Jin, it's great against Tristan, it's great against Lorraine that's preparing for a big Rending Flames. And it's another good, unique water human. So it turns on Shadowmare.
True, true. Being able to have the horse to do some damage again is pretty nice. And on top of even not the level 3 decks, I've actually seen it being used into aggro lists. Being able to say Fiza has to have interaction in hand to stop you, or if they overcommitted their turn, saying, "Hey, you put everything down. I'm gonna play Snow White. You can't go to level 1." So at that point, that's the difference of them not being able to poison dagger you next turn. So that gives you the extra chance to say, "Cool, I'm gonna play this. Now I'm gonna go to 3. I'm gonna play some defenses, and now you're not going to destroy me for 50 damage."
Yeah, great card. I'm still thinking on the ratios because it's a card that sometimes feel bad if you draw 4 in a row and nothing else. Because if you're playing aggro and you want to apply pressure, but great cards, and hopefully we'll see maybe some of it today.
Yeah, I'm hoping we see. It's definitely a deck that I've even have my radar of just kind of testing and practicing. I put the list together. I didn't go through and count how many cards were in the list when I was building it. So I had the sleeves all laid out, and I'm like, why do I have 3 extra cards? What did I miscount? And I looked at the list. I'm like, nice on 63 cards. I respect it, but
That's just the new tech.
60 cards is for chumps. We go full 65, 70 cards now.
Yeah, clearly. It's anti-Miltech if Gambu ever comes back.
Alrighty,
There's
let's.
about 10 minutes left in the round, I think. We'll be taking a quick break before the next round start, and we'll be right back with everyone.
All right, see you guys here in a few.
Welcome back. I'm back here with Clem, ready for round 2 and 3 that will start just in a little bit. First, let's show off the giveaways that I mentioned early before round 1. We have these nice AX promos, the Thunderclap and the Freezing Hell. One of them collab with VTuber Novao Kemi. They're, well, Freezing Hell extra strong, so we just talked about the Snow White, so obviously best time to start playing that deck, right? Just be the most awful person that you can. Log down your opponent for 5 turns in a row. I promise, it's so fun.
You're
Just
mean.
try it. Oh, that's great.
You're so mean, Bonnie. Your first thought is these are amazing promos, but think about how you can terrorize your opponents with it. I don't you know, I was gonna say like this promo is amazing. It's fairly limited because it's convention only. And you're like Snow White and this go so well together, guys.
And yeah, the
Different
Thunderclap
mentalities.
has Dashao, Fox Girl that has been on so many great arts in the past 2 sets.
Yeah, but who doesn't want more Fox Girl on
Yeah,
their cards? Like there you can
exactly.
never get enough of her. And AX promos, I think AX promos always have the novelty and like there's something special about them because they're think no, wait, I was gonna say they're always red, but the first two were not.
What were the first two?
But the first one was Honorable Vanguard.
Oh
No,
yeah,
yes?
yes.
Yeah. And then the second one, I don't quite remember. The second one was Imperious Highlander, and then it was Flame Rune Swordsman last year, and then Thunderclap this year. So there was four. There've been four total. In the past 2 years, it's been on theme with AX being fire cards and being very red and nice. But yeah, if you guys are interested and you want to just win some of those beautiful cards, check out the link. Believe it is pinned in chat, and maybe it's also in the description. Um, our wonderful producer Tyler, once in love, is giving them away for his birthday, which is quite it doesn't make sense, meaning that it's his birthday and he's gifting you guys, but it just shows how wonderful a person he is. Anyways, how are you feeling, Bonnie, about that last matchup, huh? CL and CL.
Yeah, it's always fun to see heavy swing being played, even if it sadly did not win any game. But it just shows that card advantage really is king most of the time. If you have double the cards in hand that your opponent, very often you're going to win.
Yeah, yeah, it proves that Grand Archive is a game of influence. But it's also the fact that Rhea had the Carter that second game and could just cleave the board every turn really, really hurts an allies based CL deck or an allies based deck. Like like we saw on the Win CL side. Do you think there is a good way right now to build a non-allies based Win CL deck? Are there? Do we have enough cards to make that like a reality?
I don't think not playing allies at all. Obviously, just going for the heavy swing plan is very decent. The Wind Cutter is a card that I really like. There's not really enough to build a full deck around it. You know, you need something else in your deck, either just card advantage. You can't just play 20 Fairy Whispers, unfortunately. So you have to put something else in your deck. So allies are probably the best thing to play, right? Even if it's just like Windmill Engineers and Ace Protectors, you need something of a decent package for that. So, and if you're already playing Ace Protector, why not just put a couple more allies in, right? And help your game plan that way.
Yeah, and at that point, this just becomes a game of like might as well play allies because they're just good. You know, if you already have your Asins, if you already have the windmills, like sure those two work together, but then why not put in more defensive cards? Why not put in those stalwart shield mates, or why not put in I don't know any there's so many good wind allies that I think that you're right that it ends up always like transforming and turning into an allies based deck or like a deck with a lot of allies.
I'd be very curious to see a Winsteel being built fully defensive, kind of like take a Tristan deck, remove all the Tristan cards, put in some Steel cards, and just, play all the good defensive tools that you have from Veiling Breeze, Resolute Stands, maybe even Innervate, who knows, and just put all of that into a deck and try to stall at level 3 and just win with like Vortex and Omen procs. I'd be curious to see that.
Sounds interesting. Yeah, cuz I you're you're talking about the Tristan reminded me that technically the blackjack deck is more like that, but also that's also I think most people play it in fire. So
Yeah, I think
you could
anyway,
play a
most
wind
people
version of it.
play blackjack with ablation just because your numbers for your combo just work out the right way. So the both cards are kind of married together in a way.
You also need fire most of the time to discard your like advents and everything. So you're right. But that's a wonderful idea. I really hope that someone feels inspired and makes it because I'm a terrible deck builder. But if I could, I would absolutely make it. Like it sounds very very fun. However,
Uh, yeah, we have our pairings for
Jimmy,
next round. We will
yeah,
be seeing Jimmy Lee, people's favorite, playing this week Ansel.
hello Jimmy.
With Jimmy, it's always a question what deck he's playing, but never what style of deck he's playing. No matter what particular deck he's playing, he's always bringing some kind of one-shot combo. He's kind of known for the deck archetype. This week, he's back on Ansel.
And Soul is
Pretty
good.
pretty standard
He
build.
loves
You
it
got the RAL
Soul. Yeah.
package. He will be facing against Horse and Taxes. Steve-O playing the new Fire Vanitas list.
We can say pony toss here. It's okay. Fire pony toss. It sounds like it also other than it being a play on the deck, it is a fire deck. It's like a fire wind deck. So it works with pony toss.
I do like
So
both names. I try to switch between the two because I'm never sure which one of the two I prefer. They're both really clever names, and I feel like Grand Archive overall needs more clever deck names. If any big team out there is hearing me right now, please give funny names to your deck. No like water allies, just like do a magic and name them if they're cereal brands or something.
yeah, oh my god, it's cereal burns, yeah. Or if you build a Snow White deck, make it like EP Sleepy Allies or EP Sleepy Champion.
Yeah.
Some goofy stuff because
Anything to give
it's
us
fun.
casters something to talk about, right?
Yeah, but looking at the deck list, both of them look very normal. The thing that I wasn't present, I think, in Boston in the chess club deck, but people have started playing it a lot is Brisk Windtrotter, and I love that. I love the card. I love that it adds even more horses to the Pony Toss deck. It
I'm
lives up to its
pretty
name
sure
more.
when Trotter was played in Boston. I'm pretty sure I played against it.
Really?
Because it is a
I
very
believe
good
you.
card.
I wasn't.
One
Okay, so
one new card I'm
need to
seeing in
watch.
Stevo's list is only in the sideboard, so we won't see it round one. But Vanitas is running the Windless Kite Shield. It's a regalia for one cost, class bonus -1, but Vanitas is not Guardian. That says your champion has vigor. And that is very
Oh,
interesting in Vanitas because that lets you swing with it. And then you have vigor, you wake up at the end of your turn, and then you can retaliate and maybe kill a second ally that's trying to swing at you.
yeah. You know what? Yeah, yeah. I'm interested in how that will go. Otherwise, both of these lists, like, I think what's more surprising is that Jimmy's list is so normal. He plays a one-off Kruxide in his sideboard. If my eyes don't deceive me, it's a single sideboard Kruxide. Why do you think?
That is a single.
Yeah,
Sometimes,
it's only one. Why do you think it's only one in the sideboard?
well, sometimes you just have nothing else to put in your list, so you just add a card at the end. No, but seriously, given that Fire draws so many cards, sees through so many of their deck, and in a combo deck like Ansel, the Cruxite is a way to maybe bring it back from the graveyard if you get it with a Regal Inquisition or something. So there is a good utility for it. It's not just a value piece, and one ofs in those decks that can see maybe half their deck have much more value than in a list that will maybe see 12 of their cards. So there's some value to that. I also want to mention there is some variations in the Ansel list. The main one that I need to point out here is that Jimmy is on Votive Runeblade, the new Crux Regalia that lets you sacrifice
Oh
another
yeah,
sword
yeah.
to wake up and swing
I
again.
mean, it's pretty. I feel like it's pretty. It was pretty normal nowadays. The Iron died though, and Iron died and Fire. So it's an old list with some new tricks in it. The main deck is all the new Insult deck, but the material deck is Fire Tongue, Iron Dight, Sword of Seeking. Yeah, it's mostly the old Insult. So I'm looking very much forward to seeing how this goes.
Yeah. Jimmy is also on Clara, something that we don't always see with Ansel decks, because the Clara Reimagine itself, being a 2-cost, cannot be reanimated by Ansel. So it's sacrificing some extra damage on your kill turns for that potential safety that Clara brings you, and the extra banishes too, right? Since you're on Crux Knight, being able to put more swords faster into your banish means you can swing bigger swings earlier.
That means that Clarent is not as much of a hindrance as in other decks, doesn't it? Because Ensol can also get it back, get the swords you banish for them back.
Yeah, indeed. But it's mostly an hindrance, not in losing cards from your material deck. Just overall, it's a deck building restriction, right? If you put Clara, you're kind of losing 2 slots in your material deck that could be running something else. And given that you're already playing many swords because you're on Ansel, if we look at Jimmy's list, there's obviously the Spirit, the 3 champions, and then only swords. There's not a single tech regalia in there. Sorry, there's a Grand Crusader's Ring, but there's a Grand Crusader's Ring and swords. Not a single tech piece in there. They're relegated to the sideboard, I think. Not
Yeah.
even. There's the Spellword Scepter and that's it. So no Terrafring, no Safeguard Amulet. The deck is fully open. It's I'm playing my big one-shot WinCon. I will kill you before you do. And I don't need interaction.
Yeah, that's fair. Makes sense. He's going all in, not even a Spellword Scepter in there. Speaking of that though, a lot of things happen here real quickly. Jimmy managed to discard an Undying Dreams with that Rile the Abyss, but it immediately got banished with the Ember Crypt Burn. And then for leveling up, he lost an End Soul. Now the question is, does he have multiple, and is he confident that Stevo will not negate any of them, or was it very unfortunate from him to have that Undying Dreams banished and then also lose his End Soul in one fell swoop?
Well, I think it's partly the fact that if you discard a floating memory, you feel you're safe for level up, so you don't care as much about what you put down. But also, I want to point out that I feel in this matchup in particular, Ansel is not your ideal win con. Vanitas is on Resolute Stand main boards, so there is some answer to Ansel, but Vanitas has very little answers to um, just a big Rending Flames. So I think Ansel in this particular
Oh,
matchup
that was
is not your
Stevo
ideal
going
matchup.
all sorry, Stevo going
Yes,
all
yes.
in for that level 3, counting on the Dilu to carry him to victory here is absolutely crazy. What the hell is happening on board?
That
I
is
did
the
not
ideal
expect him
line
to
for
go like
Vanitas.
that.
You go down to 0 card to go to level 3 on turn 2
Sacrifice
and start
everything
taxing your opponent.
just for a horse?
That's why,
Holy.
Ponytas
Yep.
does diminish a bit the impact that taxing your opponent for 1 extra card every turn is backbreaking. I think honestly the tax part of the deck is much more important than the horse part, and that's partly why I also like the other name. Being only at level 1 is Jimmy ready to pay those 2 extra cards to level up?
Well, he luckily had the Resolute Stand in hand with 3 because he expected Stevo to just have it and have the answer to the Stalwart there as well. So for now, he's good. Definitely in a rush and more of a time crunch now that Stevo just started, just they started guaranteed clearing the Stalwart and starting to deal 3 damage to his champion every single turn. Now, let's see if he has the dungeon guide here. I would expect so. There it is. It's coming out, leveling up to level 3 as well. Both of these players, I think we haven't really. Obviously, nowadays it's common, but in previous metas, this would have been unthinkable. Seeing both of these players level up to 3 on their second materialization is kind of insane. Wait, no, this was Stevo's second. Both of these players' second materialization.
Yeah. And
This game is moving fast.
yeah. And also the dungeon guide is perfect here because it lets the level 2 from Lorraine perfectly pick up the Dilu and draw an extra card. So it's a completely empty board from Stevo against the full Ansel deck, and trying to see if the damage from Vanitas is enough to push this through.
Yeah, but I think so. You were talking about how Jimmy has nothing but the GCR in his material deck to as utility cards, but I think this exactly might be the reason why. Because he is here getting taxed by Vanitas every single turn, so he can't really play much. All he can do is take the hits and hope to draw the insult. Because you're also right that it's very very painful if Vanitas does have the Resolute Stand, but you just gotta make them happen. You just gotta keep on attacking and keep on play the insult and pray for the best.
Well, even then, here, for the next 4 turns at least, because we have 4 durabilities on our weapon here, by banishing the 2 swords with Claran, we even out the clock, right? Lorraine will be swinging for 3 every turn. Vanitas will be swinging for 3 every turn. So Vanitas is probably not winning this race. And here we see the Ghost of Pendragon, classic Crux staple to give us back a couple more extra cards. You can tax us. Maybe I have to pay for my Clara, but I'll be just drawing more cards.
Yeah, it's just as long as their Pendragon exists, it doesn't matter that you're being tasked because you'll just draw more than them anyways. So you're right. As silly as it sounds, I forgot that Pendragon is Pendragoning. So you love to see it.
And
I think Steve looked at his hand and was
yeah,
like,
I
"Yeah,
think that's like
I
a
can't do
really
anything."
question.
Yeah, I both of these players obviously have a lot of experience playing the game. So they know when it's over. They don't want to drag the game out for no reason when they can just be like, okay, go next. Let me sideboard so I'm in a better position. Speaking of sideboards, Bunny, do you want to look at our sideboards here?
Yeah. So from CEVO, the Windblast Kite that I mentioned earlier that gives vigor is pretty good because maybe clearing allies is not that impactful. But if Lorraine is swinging at you every turn anyway, if you can wake up, that's an extra 3 damage you deal every turn, right?
Yeah.
We have Cinder Geyser that deals 4 to any unit. That can probably fit in. It's perfect at clearing Ghost of Pendragon, so that maybe can give you a little respite in the late game if ever happens. There's clearly something that you can remove from your main deck to fit it in. Dream Fairy, probably not that useful, right? Jimmy's deck Ansel is not a pure ally deck. And Ghost of Pendragon is not really something that you want to Dream Fairy because if the fairy gets cleared, that's just an extra draw too. So you don't want that in.
Yeah.
And you don't need the Safeguard Amulet either, because Ansel is purely combat damage. So yeah, the Kite
Absolutely.
Shield, the Cinder Geyser, Lorraine does not recover, so Fiery Interference, very good card, but not useful in this matchup. Let's look at
And
Jimmy's list.
then Jimmy, huh? I think the Crystallized Destinies might come out just for the tax, but do you think it's worth it here? Because it's an expensive card.
I think it's probably okay because it's not just attacks, but it blocks maybe 5 damage if the impact hammer is out. The extra resolute stand also comes in. Spellword Scepter not
Definitely.
useful. No negate in Stevo's list. Incapacitate's not useful. The Flame Sweep maybe comes in. You can maybe level up and clear like a Dungeon Guide and a horse, and that feels very good. So the extra Flame Sweep's coming in.
You can
Meltdown's
also get
not
rid of the
useful.
shopkeeps, can't you? With the flame sweep.
Yeah,
So
true.
intercept.
The Vanitas is also running Fluffy Shopkeep. So always a good targets if you want to flame sweep the board. Crux side comes in if you've got place to remove. Maybe you just get rid completely of the reduce to ash. Do you? No, because
I don't think
Vanitas is on sensor. You probably want to keep
uh
the reduces.
there is a sensor, but I think because both of these decks are rushing to level 3 so fast, I don't think Jimmy will mind the sensor as much as some other Ryle decks would. I think he's pretty much just like, alright, we good. You know? Yeah, I'm just gonna level up before you get to play your sensor because I know you want to level up to tax me, so I'll just race you, and if I don't get the liminals in time, that's fine. We move on. So, but you're very very much right that the sensor is likely to come in if Jimmy's afraid. That the sensor, the the reduces might stay in if Jimmy's afraid of that sensor.
We
This is a
see
battle of the Riles
Yeah,
here.
we see the nice face up here.
Jim,
The best thing to answer Ral with is just another Ral.
another
And we
Rile.
have
Yeah,
the
Stevo
double
getting the
perfect
dream.
Rals here. Both player discarding a float and a liminal.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's the exact same discard from both of these players on Undying Dreams into a liminal guide. Oh, but Jimmy, I think, has the better end to their this Ryle having the fluffy shopkeep, banishing an Erendite and the Fire Tongue. And so will bring him back, so it doesn't matter that they're gone.
It's even better
Wow.
than not mattering. It just buffs your Crux Knight.
Yeah, it busts your Crookside if you don't have the end soul. And you still get to draw a card, and now you have an interceptor. Also, what the hell is Stevo also his both of these players have the dream hands. I feel like Stevo having the creative shock with the fast gear here, so he can level up next turn easily. Also having liminal guy came back from leveling up to Vanitas level 1, drawing him a card. Wow.
This
This
is
is
definitely not a matchup that will take a long time. No matter
but
what
this is
player is
also
winning, this will be quick.
this perfect Grand Archive, if you ask me. Think none of these not perfect Grand Archive, but both of these players are having probably the time of their lives. Being able to draw the cards they want, being able to level up for free, doing everything that their deck wants without any interaction from the other player because they all just have so much value.
Yeah, and the dungeon guide is there, and then we'll probably see a dealer or something, and then leveling up to 3. We'll be able to clear the fluffy shopkeep, start taxing the spirit.
Oh, Searing Review going out. You know, this is when your flame sweep you were talking about would also be amazing for Jimmy next turn. If this is our ideal world, so far it's been. If it continues to be our ideal world, Jimmy's gonna have Dungeon Guide into Flame Sweep next turn, clear the
I
board,
I don't
draw
think
all
he
of
has
those
the
cards.
cards, right? Because he's still on spirit, so he needs to pay 2 to level up, and then dungeon guide, and then flame sweep. No, he has the cards, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Here, all of his cards are down, so he will be taxed. And on the level 1 level up, because Lorraine says materialize a sword, he'll have to pay for that as well. So
Well,
now it's gonna be tough for Jimmy.
you can always fail to find the sword if you want to, right? You don't have to
True,
materialize the
because
sword if you don't want to.
yeah, and you will have enough cards here from or enough damage from the flame sweep plus level 2 Lorraine that you could clear the whole board with him. So you're right. And hopefully we live in an ideal world, but it is very tough for Jimmy right now, having to lose one of those cards that he put down earlier for the level up. Banishing the ever current raider discarded earlier. Let's see what the next thing is gonna be.
7, 8.
Ah, dungeon guide. No, the dungeon guide's gone.
Maybe the second one.
Nobody. This is not the world. We're no. This is not
Oh,
it.
we did not. Okay, we're reshuffling to repay for the sword, so we are getting the sword out.
Alright. Jimmy is going for it. Maybe he does have the other dungeon guide and the flames. Was he have enough cards? 1, 2, 3, 4. He would have enough cards for the dungeon guide into flame sweep here. So it is very possible he would draw so many cards. It would be
That would definitely
definitely
bring
fun
him
to
back into
watch.
the game.
Yeah. Now the unfortunate part is that he did lose a dungeon guide, so the dream might not be alive. But sometimes they just have it. Does he have it? 3 down. Oh,
Oh,
cremation.
cremation?
All right, it's still fine. He drawing cards. Oh, drawing 2 only. Now the question is, his influence is not enough to pull off a flame sweep turn, so he's very likely going to pass here and keep up resolute state.
The pressure is not too bad. I think you're even if you hit, you take another full turn of damage, even another tax. You have 3 cards down, so you can still pay for your level 2. So I think even if you take some damage, if you can get the level up in flame sweep here, you're fine.
Yeah. Hopefully he will have it because if it doesn't look grim unless he cannot clear the board. If he can clear the board, he's in a very comfortable position still. Like you said, he can take a full turn of damage. He can pay for everything. But if he cannot clear the board on his level 2 turn, losing that additional card is going to hurt a lot. Plus, taking all the additional damage from the allies is also going to hurt.
Yeah, this is completely dependent on Jimmy actually having a flame sweep in hand here. If he doesn't, this
Yeah.
game is kind of over.
Yeah, this is like we're 100% counting on Jimmy having one of the 4 flame sweeps that he plays. Hopefully he brought in that 4th one. Let's see. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage right now. 12 counters. Phew, pretty tough right now. Oh, there's a
Oh, and the
brisk
Wind
Windtrotter
Trotter.
coming in.
Is that
Yeah, there's
enough
gonna be
to
an.
save Dilo? So the flame sweep normally comes in for 4. So if we have another dungeon guide, do we have the cards in hand for dungeon guide? No, if we pay 3 to level
I
up, we
don't
don't have
believe.
enough for dungeon guide, and
Yeah,
so
I
Dilo will
don't believe.
survive no matter what.
Which is not really fine, but not all
Uh,
hope is lost as long as Jimmy has the flame sweep and the
a 5/6
90.
Dilo is quite scary.
Yeah, but it could be worse. I don't know what could make it worse, but I'm sure that this is not as bad as it could get, especially if he has the flame sweep. It could be he could be in a lot more dire of a situation than he is right now.
A flame sweep
But
or a resolute too is also quite acceptable. Obviously, drawing 3 cards here would be amazing, and seems we put. Is that 3 down or is that 4 down?
that's 3 down.
So we're going for dungeon guide.
This is a great question because Jimmy has not presented anything yet.
Thinking,
But
making
we
sure
do.
this is the right line. Because we're on 18
He's
damage, so we don't have a lot of time left to think here.
Yeah. There's not too much space to play around with on Jimmy's end here. But he also, I think it might be counting whether it's better to flame sweep right now or later, considering that Dilu is on board. However, if he does have another measure guide, it is, it's done either way. If he has the flame sweep here as well, Gushers, does he have the flame sweep?
So I don't think he has the card
I
for the
hope.
flame sweep, but I think what he's considering is
Oh, you're right.
with dungeon guide, since you banished 2 cards earlier, 2 swords earlier from the fluffy shopkeep, Lorraine will be able
It's
to
gonna
swing for
be
5, so you can go dungeon guide Lorraine and actually clear the Dilu, which is kind of equivalent to flame sweeping. in how much damage this removed?
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is exactly what happened, and it is the equivalent of flame sweeping before the brisk wind trotter came in. I'm pretty sure.
The only
Uh,
sad part here is not drawing 3 cards from the flame sweep.
yeah, you're losing 2 cards from this flame sweep um after putting in so much to level is very tough. But that's the point of pony toss. Tax you. That's why it's horse and taxes as well, to tax you until you die. Tax you to death, living up to the origin of the name of the only thing that's certain in life is death and taxes. But Vanitas uses horses to send you to death. So
Gi-
unfortunate here for Jimmy.
Given both Vanitas and Liminal Guide, we could probably also say open shirts.
Shirtless men and taxes. Beast
We
Soul
need a
Visage
Beast
coming
of
in on
Village
the
here.
liminal.
Also a great card in how versatile it is. It can be used as much to buff your own board as to disable an ally on the opponent's side. Not here, obviously, because Lorraine's level 3, but in some matchups, very, very useful.
Oh, absolutely. And like the current, the people who are counting on being faster than the opponent playing low to the ground aggro decks are definitely very much hurt and shut off by the Visual Visage. But yeah, and it's currently a pretty level 3 heavy meta due to Ryle. But you're right that it can be very useful in some matchups. So you love to see it being used to buff yourself. There is the Resolution finally from Jimmy, so he
Very
can bring out
required.
the GCR next turn.
Yeah, because Stevo was presenting the 12 on board. Minus, I'm pretty sure that's a
Yeah.
shield mate that's waiting on the. That's slightly off screen for Jimmy.
I believe so. However, then he would have Resolute extended the shield mate. Okay, we'll see. It is a shield
Yeah,
mate.
that
You're
was a shield mate.
absolutely right. So
So the shield
the
mate
Resolute
will
extended.
die to the buffed on the Liminal Guide.
Yeah, Undying Dreams is not just a card that you discard for Ryle. It's more than Ryle fodder. It can give buff counters and just a temporary buff to your Liminal Guide as well, which is hard to forget sometimes. Or easy to forget sometimes, I think. Because you're just like, oh, floating memory, Spectre, great for Ryle. And then you realize that um Liminal Guide is ephemeral when he comes back.
Yeah, if you can stack 2 Undying Dreams on the Liminal Guide, it becomes a scary threat that's very hard to deal with. At 3-5, well, it's Brisk Trotter at that point, right? Brisk Trotter on Dungeon
Yep.
Guide is a play that we've seen multiple times. How will Jimmy
Yeah,
get
those are
out
the
of this?
good allies. That's a wonderful question. We did see that he hoped to save himself from the tax by using that resolute stand, because he did pay for the Grand Crusader's ring with the Stalwart Shield Knight. Now the question is, did he find what he needed? Because it's technically not lost, but it all depends on what's in hand, because Vanitas will keep on attacking for 3 damage every single turn.
We're paying 3 for
I
Fluffy Shopkeep, I think,
Buffy Shopkeep.
because we're looking at an
Yeah,
ideal deck.
looking.
Yeah, banishing 2 more swords.
Yep, that's how you can tell. Even if you cannot 100% tell the card, looking at what the players do afterwards is a pretty good indication of what the card was.
So this
So
attack can clear the Liminal Guide. So
yeah, but
if Vanitas draws a horse, any horse, they're able to clear the Fluffy Shopkeep and then swing Vanitas and 2 1 power straight into Lorraine for game.
luckily the Briskman Trotter was also taken out by the dungeon guide here. Smoke bombs coming out, so now Stevo just needs to hit Jimmy, fair enough. Does he will he has there's a 3, there's going to be
And there's
Elu
D-Loop.
coming out, and that
Yep,
is game.
that is game. We are going to game 3 with an average of
Wow.
12 minutes per game.
Yeah, it was a very, very quick game, very quick 2 games, but this is what the meta is nowadays. Even though these decks are level 3, the games go by very quickly, and especially when we have two such experienced and smart players that have played these decks and played Grand Archive since the beginning. They know what to do. They know how to sideboard. They are here, to get the business done. Get their games of Grand Archive and their boxes from Yeti. They're both of these players going for 4-0, obviously, in this
Yeah.
tournament.
And everyone knows that the optimal way of playing Grand Archive is playing as few Grand Archive as you can. That's why you play the deck kill very fast.
As little Grand Archive as you can. You are so right. Can't even argue, because the faster you win, the more time you have to rest, and then the more your brain is going to be able to recover and get back to a solid level of sanity, not losing all of your mental power on playing long games of Grand Archive.
Yeah. So
Alright,
Jimmy
Jimmy going
started game
first
3.
here.
Also want to
Obviously,
mention we
yep,
have
yep.
a Night on board here, and we just got announced that the spirit for those coming to Niagara will be a new Artney art.
You love to see that, and I think it's very cool to have uh same name spirit, a different artwork available, because it's still going to be special the first ones.
Oh yeah.
And it's very nice seeing like how Honshu's art style has evolved and changed in the 2 years since the first Ithni came out. So honestly, I'm super happy about it. It warms my heart. I love Honshu's art, and I love Ithni as a spirit. I'm really glad to have her back. Also, Tyler pointed it out that she is a moth and she's a fire spirit, so a moth to a flame, huh?
What are we considering here? Is that a fluffy shopkeep? Is that why we're looking at the material deck?
Always is. Bonnie. It always is. Yep,
There we go.
you're as predicted. The Fluffy Shoppy comes out. Jimmy didn't play anything on his first turn, but he is not playing a Vanita's deck, so it's basically impossible that he break. The question is, does he have the Ryle Creative Shock combo, or does he have like some tricks up his sleeve that we'll see here? Obviously, yes, because it's a
Yep.
fire deck.
There's the Ral.
There's Ryle drawing a card. Let's see what he's going to discard. Nothing. Oh, no,
That's a
liminal guide.
Golem.
Yep. It's, at least it's something, Don't hate to
Probably
see.
why the hesitation. You always want to try and get full value for your Rals, but you can't afford not to level up here, so you're just playing it, hoping, praying that you find the second one off of your initial draw from Ral. But you're
Yeah,
still
this is.
happy just with discarding Liminal Guard, right? That's Creative Shock,
Yep.
and that's a good card by itself. And we lost an Ansel to level up again. Like I mentioned
It.
earlier, Jimmy probably not valuing the card this much in the matchup.
Yeah, he won the first game, and obviously it would have taken some time, but he won the first game without needing an insult because he just had so much pressure on board. So he definitely, you're absolutely right that it's not as impactful and he doesn't need it as much. There was another Ryle played, I believe, because he did draw some cards and there were suddenly a lot more cards in his memory. I think the wording on Ryle, that's the reason it's such a powerful card, in addition to it being fast and you being able to draw up to 4 cards off of it, obviously discarding 2, um, is that the first line of text and the discard 2 specters are separate. So you can draw first, see what you draw, and then discard it to the second line. or second part of the card.
How will we
So these
follow
players
this up?
pinging each other just for one. Oh, that's
Hasty?
a card we haven't seen in a while. Hasty Messenger. Discarding a Stalwart Shieldmate, making sure that there is floating in the graveyard for the level 2 turn.
Just like
Into
in the good old
a
days.
Shopkeep.
Yeah.
Yep. I feel like it's one of both of these cards are actually are two of Jimmy's favorite cards because we see the Hasty and we see the Stalwart in almost every single one of his decks.
Now, do you greed here with an attack with the Fluffy, or do you keep it back in case Fanny does go to level 3?
Best to keep it up because the shopkeep cannot clear the shopkeep, and the shopkeep and a dungeon guide can't either. So he's probably just raw leveling and just sending it to level 3 as soon as possible. But yeah, you gotta keep the shopkeep up because you force them to clear her out.
Let's see what
I
comes out
believe
of it.
Steve just forgot to wake up the fluffy shopkeep, right? Because
Indeed.
Jimmy is not water and there's nothing in fire that would stop it from waking up.
Not waking up at the start of the turn is a mistake that everyone does just so often,
Yep.
myself included.
Doesn't matter how many times you play the game, it's it's something that sometimes you just forget to remember it. There's level 3 Vanitas coming out. Unfortunately, Stevo now with the Dilu does have enough damage on board to clear out that fluffy shopkeep. Now it is unfortunate as it is. It's not lost for Jimmy still because at least he got to level 1 without needing to pay for both the sword and the level an extra for the level up.
Also important to mention here that Vanitas, compared to the other game, has a ton of cards in hand, meaning here 1, much better than the 0 of the previous game.
You're right. You're right. His influence is infinitely more than before, considering the jump from 0 to 1 is a lot, especially when you're level 3. He very well could have the Resolute Stand in hand. Oh, Rending Flames and a Hasty Messenger going away here. But hey, Jimmy at least got to level up to level 2. Does he have the Flame Sweep this time? What's your bets? Do the caster jinx.
It's Jimmy. He has to, right? There we go, 4 cards down.
Oh,
What? Thinking about it?
3?
Yeah, and that's a new SP3 Flame Sweep. Drawing 3 whole
Love to see
cards.
it. You love to see it being refunded. Jimmy getting the cards that he need. Hopefully, the cards that he needed here, and the flame sweep clearing board. So Stevo is looking a lot less scary all of a sudden. I also want to
Yeah.
mention in this slow time that Ponytas's face has changed to Haru Urara. Rest in
I
peace,
I think
Haru.
this
You
is
will be
the
missed.
I think this is the real caster curse, right? Telling someone that they're
Yep.
higher is not a big indicator that they're going to win. So if someone jinxed Stevo, it's not me. It's Tyler. Put all your blame on him.
Damn. I see how it is. I believe was that a concession from Steve Oak? Because it
That
is
sure looks
very
like
fair
it.
that once you've gone all in and your opponent has the answer and you have 0 cards in hand, it's a pretty dire situation. You have to see that, yep, I went all in, it did not work out, it's game over. Go next, except there is no next here. So yeah, that's the gamble I think that you have on Vanitas. You go for it, and then if they have the answer, you're just like, oh, I guess that's it, huh? So it it was weird in a way where we didn't get to see both of the matches where Ensol wins play out, but at the same time, both of these players are very aware that Vanitas went all in for that level 3. And then everything was taken. So sure, he can keep on hitting for 3, but he has no answers to the things that Insol can put on board. So as long as there's a fluffy shopkeep or there is a stalwart shieldmate on board, it's kind of lost, you know? You're just like sitting there with literally no cards in your hand, watching your opponent smack you to death and put up protection that you can deal with, sure, but you're not getting anywhere in the game for that. So
Yeah,
smart
I
from
think
these
it's
players, but unfortunate.
like you said,
Sorry.
it's not that we didn't see Ansel, but it's also nice that we saw the versatility of the deck, right? The fact that even though it is a kind of combo win con, it can play to other game plans and just like play swords and smack you every turn. And also obviously Ghost of Pendragon and get some value. And that also just beating down at a 3-4 is well, that's why Vanitas is good, right? They're playing the horses.
Yep.
Crux has its own horses.
Crux
Except
has
those
its
ones
own
they draw too.
horses. And so the difference between a Vanitas horse and a Crux horse is that Crux also has ghosts in the deck, but it has ghosts riding horses too. So clearly, the superior horse deck is Ensol. I'm just,
Yeah,
no bias. I love Dilu,
definitely, definitely.
but we gotta admit it when Crux is just fine. Crux is just better.
Yeah. But the real winner of this matchup obviously is Ral, showcasing once again that drawing card is good.
Both
Who would have guessed?
players. Yeah, both players having Ryle in the deck. Both players having Ryle every single game and being able to play it. And then Liminal. I think Liminal Guide is the real star here. Let's not, obviously Ryle is very big, but even when Ryle just discarded a Liminal Guide, or Creative Shock discarded a Liminal Guide, because that happened as well.
Yep.
That's when it really, that's when you were like, oh, so this is the problem. I understand everything now.
That Ral answered by Ral reminded me of very old matchup where people used to like play increasing danger and then the opponent would just answer with an increasing danger on their turn too. Just drawing cards for
Oh my
everyone.
god, increase the danger.
That's a
Everyone
card we
gets
haven't
four
seen in
extra
forever.
cards.
Someone please bring back increasing danger. Play that Yeti, we'll cast it next week.
Bring back increasing danger and do what? Instead of Ryle, we have increasing danger.
What about in addition to Ral? Just put all the cards that say draw card in the deck. Do you need a win
The
con?
card in
Maybe
the deck.
not. You have 20 cards in hand. Do you need a win con?
Actually, you can just play Ensol as the Vincon and have enough cards to play in caps. 4 Ensol, 4 in cap, Bellward Scepter, so you know that your Ensol will resolve.
I actually have planned to bring increasing danger to a meme deck sometimes at my local. I really want to build like Merlin Mill
Ooh,
because
that sounds
you
fun.
you draw your opponent a lot of cards with Vermilion Decree and increasing danger. You draw a lot of cards yourself. And then you play Regal Inquisition. And then instead of picking the good cards in their hand, you just choose
It's
everything. And
it's a
then
group hug deck.
they'd have to draw another 10 cards. And then you play Lost Wisdom because Regal Inquisition is a spell, so you can bring Regal Inquisition back to your graveyard. And then you Regal
But
Inquisition them again, and they have to cycle another 12 card. And you just deck them out that way.
you actually just built and figured out a group hug in Grand Archive. You're like, hey, I know you love drawing cards, so how about you draw all of the cards and then actually I just mail you out. That's so genius.
Is it
You're a,
going to be
you're
good?
you're an
Definitely not.
innovator.
But
But
it's going to be
maybe
fun.
but maybe it'll inspire the devs to give us more group hug cards,
Yeah.
especially with the casual format coming up. If it's
Mm-hmm.
gonna be
Mm-hmm.
multiplayer group hug, give everybody cards. Be like, guys, I love you all. Don't hurt me. You get to draw cards. You get to get rid of the cards you don't like. And actually, I'm just billing you out. But you're happy because you have cards. I'm happy because you're happy, and I'm alive. And then,
Yeah.
oh, you just lost the game.
Whoops.
Oopsies.
Sadly, I'm just helping you. Don't hurt me. Defense does not really work in 1v1. That's a big problem with the
Exactly.
format, right?
Because when it's multiple players, you can be like, hey, I'm giving you cards, but him, Ooh, he's been taxing you and smacking your face and just bullying you. Are you sure you want to hurt me and not them?
Clearly, you know what they should print? Cards for the 3v3 format that we play at World Everything. Imagine GCR, but instead of drawing you a card, it draws a card to one of your
Just
teammates.
keep it. Oh, that would be crazy. But I like talking about innovations. I'm curious as to what our Yeti players have been innovating this week. Maybe we'll see a bit of a different meta. So if we have stats up, let's look at them. Holy moly.
Ciel first is very nice to see.
CL first by a lot as well. And the CL and Diao-chan and Diana being there on top is like wonderful to see. Only 3 Vanitas players, only 4.6 Lorraine players, and one and something Merlin. So that means we have a couple of Merlins, but mostly Lorraine.
Not a single Tristan is the very surprising one to me.
It is it is a rare sight as well, but like I like this honestly because CL, when you think about like a Ryle deck, you don't think of CL or Diao-chan first. I feel, or at least I personally don't. I think of Crux decks. I'm going to be honest with you. I think of Crux if I think of Ryle. Same thing.
I I know fellow Canadian Yuitsu that had a little moment of fame multiple times for playing. He's a great deck builder, always playing some really other decks. He's the one that brought Vanitas to the first nationals. He was known last season for that uh, Overlord Mark III deck, the Water Cleric one, and he really loves level 3 Xiao Chan and always is trying to make her work. And I know he's been trying out a fire version with Ral just to actually be able to rush to level 3. So I don't know if one of those Xiao Chan's player here is actually playing some kind of package like this, or if it's just all fractals again. Or maybe it's Fire Aggro Xiao Chan. That's also a deck that is played here and there.
That's a very good deck, I think. It can be a very good like low to the ground aggro deck because of all the cleric bonuses, and if you go just have all the reactions as well, it's really powerful. But the Archer is good at control as well if you get to that level 3, I think. I haven't had much experience with a more control style Diao-chan because I don't have many friends that play control Diao-chan. But I would love to see it like in action and love to
Be
see
the
it work,
change you want to
honestly.
see in the world. Just play Xiao Chan yourself. Figure out.
No, no. I'm a Dilu purist. Ever since Dilu came out, I have to have one Dilu at least in every single one of my decks. And while I could play it in the Outchan and like a control the Outchan, it would be incredibly inefficient. So unfortunately, I have to stick to Wind. For now, I have to stick to Ponytas. I'm a simple girl. I like horses. I play horses. Specifically Dilu. I'm just, like, what can I do? I can't be the change I want to see because I'm a boring gal.
You know what we haven't seen in Yeti yet? Alice.
What?
Why has no one tried to bring Alice to Yeti?
Okay, what are you gonna do with Alice? What cards can you play in an Alice deck, Bonnie? Isn't there like only one or two cards that Alice is playable with? Otherwise, she's just a level 1 champion that doesn't go anywhere.
You know who's a chess piece? Snow White.
Alice. I actually don't even know what Alice says. Alice says inherited effect. Chessman command attack cards you activate enter the intent with +1 attack. Now, we have one Chessman command attack in the game
Yes,
currently.
that is accurate. It is water. It combos well with Lily, Marine Castellan, which is
Yep.
playable. It's not the worst card out there.
It is playable, but when you consider that you're wasting 8 slots and you're level 1 champion on it, it feels slightly less fun, I think.
Yeah, but then you have Lily, which turns on the bonus effect of Castling Boon, so you can give +3 life to all your allies with floating memory. There's something out there. Hopefully the deck will be somewhat viable next set. I'm curious to see how much support they'll give to the chessman archetype.
Yeah,
As
but
for the elements distribution, we have pretty much half fire, as probably could be expected. It is the flavor of the month.
okay, now I know we talked about this once, but I believe the Omnidex only looks at spirits. So those wind decks are actual wind decks, and it's not just fire wind vanitas. But hopefully, someone watching can correct me if I'm wrong.
I
I would
think
love
the
it
math
if it
for
was
this
like that.
I think the math for this is you see the different fractions. So like
Oh, you're
given
right.
that
Okay,
the
it's a champion-based element.
I think the vanitas count for like half a point in both in this graphic, something like that.
So, so it's okay. So our smart and wonderful producer Tyler was like dropped in, let us know that it's actually 0.25. So like it's 1/4 for per card in the Vanitas deck. So it's because it's one fire champion and then three Vanitases. That makes it that's why we have the 0.25 and 0.75s, which is a bit confusing, but if your math is good, you can probably math out or look at the two breakdowns, the champion and the spirit breakdown, and let us know how many windfire pony tosses we have.
I'm still surprised that there's more water decks than wind deck in this. Usually, unless water is really the big breakthrough in any meta, because of Fractal or because of the Icebound Slab Mill decks. Unless there's
If
a big breakout deck like that, water is usually last, right? But again, there's no
true
there's no Tristan this week, so usually Tristan is a big part of the wind ratios.
wind, yeah. Also, water I think is very good because you activate Vanitas level 3. So if people are teching for the Ponyta's deck, water is a really good counter to that deck because you just play Frostbind. Oh look, you cannot pay 2 more because you're all hands down for that level 3. GG's, I guess you paid 3 for nothing. You have no hand, you have no level 3 champion. What are you gonna do now? So, I think water is probably around to counter Ponytas, also because fractals are just really good.
Yeah, there's still people putting out good results with fractals, right? The deck has been nerfed with multiple bans, but it's still a very viable deck. Most of the decks that had something banned are still very viable in one way or another. Not erupting, because that was literally the core of the deck. But Mill survived losing Icebound Slams. Crux Lorraine survived losing Sword of Avarice. Slime survived losing Baby Gray. It is shifted in meta for more of a shift in meta really than purely the ban.
Yeah, it's but Lost in Thought was a really good, like it basically allowed you to go immediately into Frostform Paladin without much penalties. So yeah, it's that I'm not too surprised that it's like went back. But you're right that water always persists and it'll persist again. Speaking of water though, don't forget Tyler's birthday is today. Onsen Love's birthday today. So he is gifting amazing promos to the community, including a water Okami Nova Okami Freezing Hail and Thunderclaps from Anime Expo. If you are interested in joining the giveaway, do follow the link that's pinned in chat and in the description. Support and show up for our best friend and producer here. And don't forget to wish him a happy birthday in chat, guys. if you're watching and you haven't yet, what are you doing? Why haven't you yet? Get on in. Chop chop. Especially if you've entered the giveaway. If you entered the giveaway and haven't wished happy birthday to Tyler, do it right now.
And also join the other giveaways on the other platform, his Twitter, his Instagram, and the other giveaway on YouTube on Monday when the Serene Scripture podcast will release.
They will be talking about this week's and past Yeti events and meta games. You know, they go into a bit more than we do here, just yapping about it on the fly. They also have some time to think and analyze the games while we are just yapping off the top of our heads, you know. They are also, I feel like, I'm personally not the best analyst around. I don't know how you feel, Bonnie, but those two are very smart. And I trust their opinions more than myself.
Quality content.
It's really good. You guys should subscribe to SBP to be up to date with those podcasts every single week when they come out. And right now, obviously, to be on the watch for the giveaway as well. So subscribe right now because you will forget if you don't, and then you'll forget about the stream or the video, the podcast. So get to it, guys. Let's make this birthday an amazing one for Tyler. He's turning 30 today, so yeah, big milestone.
Happy
Make him
birthday.
happy. Congrats, Tyler. Happy birthday. May you have many, many more.
While we have a little bit of time, I'll show off since it's been just on my desk there. For everyone that has not yet had a regional near them that is debating on going, we have the very amazing tokens that were given as entry pricing. They are exceptionally well made. I was very surprised when I saw them. They're very thick.
If you put
They're
your hand behind it, it might focus on it. I'm not sure
pure
if your
metal.
camera's okay. No, it,
I probably
but
need
it
to go look at
looks
the
very
settings, but
good.
so they all come in different designs. There's some guaranteed one and some random ones, so you can gacha for your tokens. And honestly, I'm flabbergasted at how pretty those are.
They look amazing, and I do agree that if you have a regionals near you, you should absolutely go just to hang out with the community, play some Grand Archive, and if you like aren't interested in either of those, I think it's worth it for the tokens. They look amazing. I've only heard good things about them. Metal tokens as an entry prize is so cool because most of the time you have to like look for them and then order them and then hope that it arrives, hope it looks good. But having them officially from the games creators as a just entry pricing is amazing, and you should absolutely go and check it out. You heard the endorsement from Bonnie, so you should listen to him and join your local regionals if you can. But
We have about
Bonnie,
10 minutes until the end of the round. We'll be leaving for just a little bit and be back for the next round with some other great matchups. Welcome back, everyone. We are just about ready to start. Is there anything you're really hoping to see, Clem?
Any non-meta deck? Anything that's not level 3, honestly. I would love a non-level 3 deck right now. It's been great having them back, but it's just like the same 2 or 3 decks. It's Merlin, Lorraine, and Vanitas. CL. Okay, round 1 we saw CL, so I cannot complain too much. But any non-level 3, like a level 2 deck. Honestly, a level 2 deck would be really cool to see. But
I
something
don't
that
think we have
utilizes the
one
level
today.
2.
I don't think we have one today, but I can do you one better and do a level 0 deck. There's one
A
that
level 0
I
deck.
think there's one that won our regionals. You know the wind ranged untapped build has been popular with like Mad Hatter and Cheshire Cat to copy the boots to give like range 4 twice
Or
to
you
an
just
ally.
wake up, and go punch.
You don't even need to wake up. And some of these lists I've saw um don't play any champion because you don't really need to. You don't need a class bonus to
But you
play
just win.
Cheshire Cat, so you just stay level 0, and that way there's nothing that you don't want to banish with Mad Hatter, so you just don't play a champion. That leaves you
That makes sense.
very weak on the defense, but if you can swing for 11, why would you care?
Fair. I think we've seen one of those decks a couple of weeks ago here on Yeti. But you're right. That's even cooler than a level 2 deck. I stand corrected. My ideas are not that great. That's why I'm not the innovator. I told you guys, I see Dilu, I play Dilu, and that's about as much as I do in Grand Archive. I see Mortal Ambition, I'm like, good card. Dilu, good card. Unique allies, good deck. And then that's what I do. And then even if it's not a good deck, I love my uniques. I love my Dilu, and I stick to
I'm
it. I'm a Dilu purist, man.
I'm actually kind of sad because I've cut Mortal Ambition from my deck. I just feel it
I
did
shed a
not have
tear.
room in this current meta. And instead I put it a Mandate of Honor to be annoying and install those decks that want to draw a lot of cards.
Makes Actually, it makes sense. It's because looking at the field right now, you need that. You need mandate a lot. I understand now why we had mandate as the regional promo last season. I'm sad that more people don't play it though. Like, it could be very good, and if we played more unique allies, it would be really, really good. But there's just not enough people play unique allies right now. Or
It's
well,
very
enough.
narrow in some ways. I know well, I put it for pretty much exclusively the Jin matchup because Jin late game does not have a lot of way of cycling cards, but they still try and draw a lot, so that helps a lot. If they don't have their win in hand, there's pretty much nothing they can do. There was even on stream I wanted to pass a Sant, um, a deck that had some great value playing Mandate of Honor in Merlin because they had Sadi to activate the Mandate of Honor, and then before their draws, they just bring Sadi back to hand, draw to more than 8, play Sadi again, rinse and repeat every turn.
Ah, Sadie. Always causing trouble. Yeah, no, that's fair. It is it is not as good as I would like it to be. But
Yeah, it's
yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I
it's
didn't have
it's
much to say, so I'm
very
listening to you.
very narrow. I feel like it's that kind of card that just needs the right place in the meta to be played in some ways. Until it's there, it kind of is not worth including. I've tried it a lot in the past, and it's never been good enough. I feel like I tried it back when Razor Gala was meta to try and deal with them because that was a deck that drew a lot of cards, and I just
Yep.
found that they were just okay playing with 8 cards, and it did not do enough for me.
Yeah, it's that's the very unfortunate part that it's still a lot of cards. I think most decks would be very, very happy if they had yeah, if they had 8 cards in hand. So it is
Yeah.
not as impactful as it could be, definitely. Even when so I kind of knew about the Vanitas deck before Ascent Toronto,
Mm-hmm.
and brought Wind Unique Allies.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't play Mandate back then, and we had all of these cards that cycled so efficiently,
Mm-hmm.
and even then it was like, it's not good enough, unfortunately. But Mortal Ambition won me so many games when people were like dominating Strike Punch, and then I'm like, Mortal Ambition for free, retaliate with everything, and they're like, what? Your whole board's rested, and you have no card. You have one card in hand. What do you mean I'm dead? And those are fun times. Honestly, I miss playing. Mortal Ambition is just more fun to play because you get to be like, gotcha, if anyone forgets about it existing.
One card I'm excited to combat in the meta, if more people decide to play Water Seal in one reason or another, is Storm of Thorns. That is such a fun card to play.
Yes, yes.
And
Oh my god, I would love to see it again. I
it
miss
gave me
Storm of
my
Thorns so much.
best kill in Grand Archives. Like you've had game with Normal Ambition, I had a full board and two Storm of Thorns, and the opponent took 20 by trying to cleave.
No, that's so me. Oh my god, that's worse than a Mortal Ambition for game. Bunny, you and your water decks actually. I
Water
realized
is so
after
fun.
hearing you talk about Snow White, it's you and the water. That's the problem. But speaking of water, we might not see any this. Yeah, I would say I'm not saying speaking of water. We're seeing fire this game, but this round. Would you like to talk about these decks? One of them may all of our wishes come true like it did. Is not a level 3 deck. The other one is a level 3 deck, but it plays Ryle. I was gonna be like, it doesn't have to play Ryle, but
No,
it
but
does
it
play
does
Ryle.
because it can. It's
It,
good. So
yeah, the
we have
value.
a Fire Jiao Chan, the burn version. It plays Fire Bloom Flourish. It goes down to 2 influence every turn and then draws back up and continues to burn your face.
Yep.
On the other side of the table, of the virtual table here, we have Luxem, a staple since more than a year and a half ago. Another deck that got a big boost from the whole Spectre package because all it wants to do is level up to 3 and then get passive value from revealing Luxem sights and Lightweaver's Assault every
Yeah.
turn, recovering, dealing damage. Um,
Yeah. The good thing, if you don't mind me
yeah, go
jumping
ahead.
in here, the good thing for Fire Lux about the Ryle package is that even beforehand they had no trouble leveling up, but right now with the Ryle package, they get to put more cards down into their memory and start doing it more consistently and a lot earlier than before. So Ryle is just for an already amazing level 3 deck, Ryle just makes it even better.
Another big difference is, well, Liminal Guide itself. One of the problems that um, Luxem had before was that you didn't really have anything in the early game to clear small allies that the opponent would play. So you'd be taking all that chip damage while you were leveling up. But now, since you can get your Liminal Guide on turn 2 after leveling up, you have something to just negate a little bit of damage.
Yeah, yeah. And this list specifically also plays Sadie, which in like together with Liminal Guide can clear the horses, which is very, very important and not something we should forget. The horses be gone.
Yeah, so let's see how that starts. Obviously, like I mentioned, Fire Xiao-Chan is extremely reliant on one card in particular, and that's the Fire Bloom Flourish, the Fantasia that lets you draw a card at the end of your turn if your influence is 4 or less than 4. And the the deck, if it plays 2, can pretty much win every matchup. It just puts out an insane amount of damage straight to the champion with burn spell after burn spell. If it doesn't find any Fire Bloom Flourish, it tends to peter out quite fast because you're just playing 2, 3 cards every turn, and you have no ways to refill your hand.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm curious to see how this game will go for them. Stone Cold starting off fairly basic with that Fractal Sparks coming in, it being awake, so any reaction can come out here. From the reservable and the 4 cards still in their hand. Parker, on the other hand, has a Spirit of Serene Fire and glimpses 6, puts 5 on the bottom of his deck. I'd love to ask this question. Bonnie, would you be scared or happy if your opponent did this?
I think, honestly, 5 for Luxem in particular is pretty much standard. I think the deck really wants to mulligan aggressively. So, unless you really have the perfect hand, I think 5 is standard. It doesn't really give you any info. You want to dig for those RAL, those floats, those dungeon guides. So, unless the opponent like keeps 5 cards in hand, I'm not really scared of whatever they do at the start.
Very, very fair. And it's like 5 cards is so many that, they could have gambled a lot of way and they don't know what they're going to draw. So probably not too scary here. Snow Ghost coming out with a fast gear immediately, leveling up to the Outchan level 1. Very, forcing it, getting there so they have the reactions available immediately. Coming out with a Fire Bloom first right after that into a Acolyte of Cultivation and a Rococo.
Very strong start here.
Wow.
Everything the deck wants to see.
It's exactly what you want here. It's so much damage. And it goes away and takes the game away. Not takes the game away yet, but 5 damage so quickly and during over 1 turn is really, really powerful here. But also Parker has the Rile the Abyss into the Liminal Guide. It went to Liminal Guide and Undying Dreams, being able to level up for free. Wow. Both of these players are having pretty solid first materializations, I think.
Perfect value here. I was also about to mention that the other big advantage of playing the very low influence Fire the Outchan deck is that you know your opponent is never recovering with their fast gear. But then I looked at the list and the Luxem player is not actually running fast gear.
They're 100% relying on those Luxems for the damage? For the
The
recovery?
the Luxem site, and also just the fact that the Spectre package lets you level up a bit faster than you usually do. So sometimes you won't actually need those fast gear to survive that extra turn.
Oh, true. That makes sense. If you just get there fast enough, it is good enough. There's a Thieving Cut, which I think is not as common nowadays in the Luxem deck as it used to be, but it's still really, really powerful prepped. It does draw you a card, and it is 3 damage into anything.
Yeah, I think a lot of decks maybe lowered their ratios a little bit, in part because fewer people are playing allies, so you need the removal a bit less. In part just to make room for the Spectre package. A big downside of that is that you get all that value from the let's say better float from the Spectre package and Liminal Guides. But oftentimes, from what I've seen, a lot of those Luxem decks nowadays have issues getting the card back from the Zender level 2. So here it's good for Parker to see that they actually have an assassin card to bring back when they hit level 2.
Yeah, yeah. You're absolutely right. And especially so right now that Parker, in response to the materialization of the Fire Resonance bubble, banished a lineage released their spirit. Can you explain to us why that's so good, Bonnie, and why he might have done it even though he's not even close to dying?
Yeah, well, you're already at 5 damage, so you're not losing that much value from taking that healing early on. You already riled once, so maybe you're okay not playing any more fire cards. You probably have like a dungeon guide in hand or something. And you just want to deny that draw since Fire Resonance Bubble, the nice promo from Revelfest that we see on the board here, actually, like any card that you materialize, goes on the effect stack first. You can respond before it's on the board, and so your opponent will never be able to crack it, so they'll never get that one card draw.
Oh, that is actually so smart. Thank you so much for explaining it. And in the meantime, Snow Ghost, they did not get the card, but that allowed them to play another Rococo here. And then a Fractal Sparks as well, putting Parker back to very respectable 4 damage scanners already.
4, but we're probably playing a dungeon deck here, going to level 3, and then we maybe will start healing with Luxem Sights every turn. So those Fractal Sparks against other decks can be very, very threatening, because it's 2 damage every turn that can be hard to interact with. Against Luxem, though, when they're healing every turn, that damage does not much.
Yeah, you cannot rely on chip damage against Luxem because they will most likely just keep on recovering 3 every single turn. And if they do that, your 3 damage a turn is absolutely useless. And the moment they get another Luxem Sight, it's basically game over. You need a lot of damage and need to be very fast to be able to outpace the recovery of a Luxem deck, especially considering that they play Luxera's map, so they can just search up in a matchup like this. They can just look up and look for the Luxem side, which it seems they already have it, so it doesn't matter. But they can just search for the Luxem side and survive because as long as they survive long enough, they will have the Excalibur every time.
Yeah, and they have card draw here, seeing the first Gleaming Cut. So they're at, I think, 6 or 7 influence already, just the moment they entered their level 3. So Luxem in a very strong position here.
Yeah, yeah. This is why you were talking about that they will start recovering. This is why they also don't really need the fast gear because they had the Ryo package, they had the Liminal Guide, leveled up, and now they can just start recovering every single turn.
We also see the new art Exploit Vulnerability being used just to cycle a card. It can be useful in some matchups, especially against the various Goja decks where you have one big thing that you really want to kill. It works well with Sadi. Not playing too many allies nowadays though to use it on.
In this matchup, it's there. Diao-chan barely plays any allies. Rococo can be taken out. Acolyte of Cultivation is not too much of a threat here, especially considering that right now Snow Ghost isn't really discarding any cards. So, it's not as useful as it could be. It's
Plus, I think we
more so for
still
the draw
have
than anything
the.
else.
I think we still have the thieving cut in hand, right? It wasn't banished for either of the level ups, so I think Parker decided to keep it because it's another card that can be used to put cards down and cycle in the late game when you want to put your Luxem down.
Yeah. Oh, red hair coming out. That is, most of the time people are like, "Oh, red hair, Rococo," which doesn't work. But because Xiao Xiao a is both an animal and a human, it is and does luckily work with red hair, and you can start attacking with the Huns finally in a deck that is built around and that enables him to attack on his own based because of the abilities, not just in a Ponyta's deck. In the same time, we see the Luxera's map come out from Parker. So, what do you think he's going to look for once it wakes up? And if it survives long enough, once it wakes up, what do you think Parker is going to look for here?
I think you go for the Lightweaver result here, right? Your opponent is not pushing enough damage that you're scared and you want the extra Luxem sight. So anyway, 95% of the time, Luxembourg's map just gets a Lightweaver result because you want to get to your win con faster, right? You want those 2 Lightweavers in hand, play boat, get 16 damage. We played the wrong card
Parker
here. We dropped
accidentally putting
the
the
Incapacitate.
incapacitate there.
It's fine. We
Yeah.
revealed no information to the opponent. That card was already seen from the reveal and recollection step. Also, another
Yeah.
big thing, Incapacitate against a pure burn deck is doing a lot of work. You know you're always like one more burn away than you would expect to be.
Yeah. It's you can protect against the searing rebukes mostly, especially with two fractal sparks already on the board. Searing rebuke is a real threat here because I think that is the biggest source of damage in this deck. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bonnie. You're
No,
into
that seems pretty right. Especially with 2 fractal sparks on board.
yeah. Those two fractal sparks don't look like much on their own, but searing rebukes worded in a way where you can ping yourself with the fractal sparks and deal 9 damage to your opponent.
So what kind of winning line does Snow Ghost have here?
It's very tough against this matchup. He needs a million cards. Like probably Impact Hammer, Heated Vengeance is one of the other like highest damage things. If he can things he can do right now. If he has Steering Rebuke, Heated Vengeance, and brings out an Impact Hammer, that could be a very good kill line. Well, it would be 2 damage from Impact Hammer, 9 damage from Searing Rebuke, and 5 damage from Heated Vengeance if it's timed correctly. So that would be 14, 16 damage, and then Rococo's maybe. It's very tough considering that Parker will heal, like recover 3 every single time. Peppered Chef coming out. I love this card. Sacrificing an ally for a Peppered Chef to attack for so much. Like for 1 turn, you have this 2-cost 4/1 is amazing.
There's definitely some potential here. So we're trying to put we know we can't one shot, so we're trying to put enough damage that some of it will stick through the Luxem side that we know, and hopefully be able to kill in a couple of turns, doing not quite attrition, but just stacking enough damage. We see the Dlarian conflagration. It's
Conflagration coming out.
kind of a shimmering refraction. It scales with the number of Fantasias you have, but this one can be kindled.
Yeah, but it's very unfortunate that the incapacitate, I believe, was paid in response to the conflagration because it might look like a fractal when you first look at it, but it is an action. So it was very unfortunate and especially knowing that Parker has another incapacitate in hand, it's a very, very tough position for Snow Ghost to be in because even if he does have the Searing Rebuke line, Parker can just incapacitate it and then -9 damage is a very, very big hit in this matchup. And in general, to the Fire the Outshine deck, Parker using the Luxero's map, most likely you are right here that he is getting the Library Resisol.
It's actually pretty bad for Snow Ghost here because in a way, because Parker has a very bad hand, that will mean that Snow Ghost has no chance of winning, kind of paradoxically. If Parker had what you could consider a good hand in a way, being much closer to their win con, that means that Snow Ghost maybe would have a chance to push some damage through and maybe find a kill one way or another. But since Parker's hand is mostly defensive option, I don't think there's a lot that Snow Ghost is able to do here, right? 2 Resolutes and Incapacitate is blocking a ton of damage here. One thing that the Incapacitate cannot interact with is the 4 damage from the Staff of Everflame that we have on board here that's slowly charging up. But even then, the Safeguard
However,
Amulet is there.
unfortunately, yeah, the safeguard amulet does exist there to prevent the damage from Everflame Staff. I just don't see how Snow Ghost can at this point turn the game around because there is just not enough damage that he can deal in one turn. There's an Ashray Cremator coming out. Probably, I know it does have the class bonus, so that'll be 4 damage from it. March Hare as well. And then Rococo for another 2 on enter, paying for March Hare and Rococo from the Fractal of Sparks there. Irresolution coming out as well. It's looking very bad for Snow Ghost. Unfortunately, though, this adds up very slowly. Like because Luxem is such a long game, such a deck that's built for the long game. It's not looking dire right now for Snow Ghost, but as long as Parker will reveal, like, he can clear the board with Liminal Guide. He will reveal the Life Weaver Assault and clear another ally. So that board being there is not going to affect this game too much. Ooh, very unfortunate on Parker's side, by the way, having 3 fire cards in hand. He cannot play them anymore. So they
Yeah,
are
the
basically dead.
double Saddies also lost value. Even the Resolute Stand last turn, blocking 4 damage could be in some ways considered, kind of sad. But there's nothing else to play, and it's almost soul crushing for Snow Ghost here, knowing that there's another one coming, and so you can't even do chip damage there. In fact, Parker's going for damage face, so maybe playing a single Lightweaver's Assault here just to go for the kill. That's 7 damage. I don't think there's an answer that Snow Ghost can play here. Yeah, exactly, playing it out.
Yeah, he doesn't have incapacitate. He doesn't have he doesn't have negates that he can activate right now. Does he?
Sadly, Burn Xiao-Chan cannot play
Uh,
Limmering Refusal from memory like Fractal can.
yeah, it's very very unfortunate. Um, it's tough. He could have if Snow Ghost had the Searing Rebuke. That could have no. That's still only -3 damage on the 7. Oh, putting them to 18. I believe if if Snow Ghost had if Snow Ghost had the Searing Rebuke in their memory, they could have activated it to go to prevent just enough to survive one more turn. However, wait, was the Liminal Guide awake? Because then it was game either way.
The
Anyways,
Liminal Guide had already swung, I think.
yeah.
But
So
looking at the lists, I think with the given that you can't possibly chip damage Luxem, I think the best chance for Xiao-Chan to win here is to get a good early ally board with red hair and hopefully keep it long enough to be able to stack damage that way, right? I don't think burn spells by themselves just are able to win against Luxem in the average game.
yeah, you need to have a very very lucky opening hand. I feel like to be able to like get ahead in the game because it's not this matchup is very unfavored, as crazy as that sounds to the burn deck, because even though it's a level 3 deck, the dungeon guides, the assassin cards, the fire itself lets them get to level 3 so fast and so efficiently that they're basically on the same pace as you.
Not much to find in the sideboard though. There are 2 fiery interference in Snow Ghost sideboards that are clearly coming in because they prevent recovers. I'm Just a little bit surprised that there's not more. That's the kind of cards that the burn decks usually really love.
The staggering strikes as well. Well, would you bring in the staggering strikes because you didn't? There was no
If
slice
there's
and dice here.
if there's stuff to remove, I don't think removing the prep has a lot of value usually against Luxem, especially if they're playing Sadi, right? If they're not playing Sadi, sometimes their staggering strike could prevent a striking Illuminance in the late game because they have fewer, at least delay it, right? Because they still have the uh Insignia of the Korhazi to get some prep counters back. But I don't think you're not getting a lot of value from those staggering strikes. So unless you really want that 3 attack for something else in your deck, I don't think it's worth it.
I mean,
And
the damage is damage, isn't it?
at that point, it's another burn spell, right? But one that can be negated with
True.
Resolute Stand.
True. You're right.
So we've already established, I think, that burn is not the right way to win. You want like allies and permanent damage that you can bring back every turn. So I don't think the staggering strike are worth putting in, really.
That the only thing that we've seen that it stops in this deck, if we're thinking from Snow Ghost's, if we're thinking from Snow Ghost's perspective, has been the Thieving Con, which one is not that impactful. Two, like you said, a Sadie just negates on our counters any counterplay that we have, so it negates anything that we would be able to do. So it's tough. It's very sad, but this match there are some matchups that you just can't win, and or you have to be insanely lucky for your opponent to be very unlucky for you to win the matchup.
Mm-hmm. We're not leveling up here either, so we probably have not found a Firebloom Flourish.
It's looking tough. Immediately bringing out an Impact Hammer, so I believe we're about to see a Heated Vengeance come through here.
Putting 3 down, so that's probably correct.
Yep, Heated Vengeance. It's a nice combo. Oh, Creative Shock in response. Alright, I'm curious as to what we're gonna be discarded. Yep, Evercurrent Raider. As expected, just now, just today's meta things. Anything that's a Spectre and has floating memory on it.
Ooh, Crystallized Destiny,
Ooh!
that's huge.
Is Crystallized Destiny preventing 7 damage exactly?
Yeah.
You hate to see it if you're Snow Ghost. You love to see it if you're Parker here. Because,
Even has the bonus effect on Crystallized Destiny that's rarely used. If you
yeah,
prevent
yeah,
7
it's
damage, cards cost 2 more to
exactly
activate.
7. Yeah, so Snow Ghost basically cannot play anything from their hand anymore because there's just not enough cards. Very, very, very good play from Parker. I'm glad we got to showcase the power of preventing 7 damage with Crystallized Destiny here. Let's see how it goes. He does level up from the Evercurrent Raider, as you'd expect. Thinking about the Glimpse right now, I think this is the scariest thing when your Xander opponent glimpses too and starts thinking so much. You're in a bad situation.
From my experience, I think there was probably like a Luxem site on top, and he did not have one in hand yet, and he's thinking whether he wants to keep it or if he needs to dig for like more card draw, because maybe he doesn't have a dungeon guide yet or something. So since Luxem site is such a good card in the matchup, you don't really want to bottom it, but if you have no ways of leveling up, that puts you at risk. So waiting that balance there.
You just value because I think in this matchup, Luxem site is basically a you see it, you win level card. So at that, I think he might not mind losing the 3 cards for the level 3 if he does see the Luxem site there.
Well, sometimes, if your hand is full of Luxem, you have no way of leveling up and you need to find something. So that might be the case. Losing the Heated Vengeance on level up here from Snow Ghost probably hurts a lot too.
It is not what you want to see lost here, especially with the Impact Hammer already on the field and your 7 damage being negated once. Very, very tough situation for Snow Ghost. Not being able to play anything afterwards to follow it up either is really bad. Is that a dungeon guy that just got
That is
banished
a
for the
dungeon
level
guy,
2?
so clearly he has the second one in hand.
Yeah, there is no way that he doesn't have it. Or exploit vulnerability coming out, drawing a card.
Yep, in response to Xander's 2 on enter, so that way you can
Bringing him.
have better control of what you're paying for your level up materialize, and then you do still get the card to come back from the Xander 2 effect.
Yeah, it's actually the double value. Draw 2 cards before your recollection. After you already used the floating memory to level up and only lost 1 card for it. It's really what you want here. There's a dungeon guy coming out that we are talking about. They always have the second one, you know. These Luxem Xander players are spoiled. They always see at least one dungeon guy. So Parker does as well. Thieving Cut and Liminal Guide being banished here for the dungeon guide effect. Level 3 now. Going attacking for 1 whole damage.
1 damage will stack up probably faster than what Snow Ghost can do at this rate if there's any Luxem Sight in that hand. Because at this point, we still have the Serene Spirit, so Snow Ghost needs to find 27 damage, plus whatever the Xander can find to recover.
Yeah, it's pretty much if Parker shows us a Luxem site next turn, the game is pretty much over. He still has his spirit. Snow Ghost has only just made it to level 1, already 3 damage counters, so 16 left, and the Vermilion Decree coming out is not bad, dealing 3 damage to Parker, and then giving a card, drawing a card, but giving a card to Parker as well. This is the increasing danger that you were talking about, the group hug.
Yeah, I
Unfortunately,
don't think you ever want to give a card to the Luxem player.
yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a mill group hug deck either. So, very sad for Stone Ghost looking, especially seeing how right after Parker revealed the Gleaming Cut and Life Reverse hold both. So, it's
That's
very likely to be game over very soon.
that's at least a minimum of good news. You know, there wasn't a Luxem site yet. It doesn't mean that
Nope,
Parker didn't draw one from that Gleaming Cut. But no recovery yet.
not quite yet. But Parker might also value the 2 damage more than a Luxem site. We'll just have to see at his next recollection if it's going to be a Luxem site or something else. Searing Rebuke for the Thieving Cut is actually perfect here, preventing all 3 damage from the Thieving Cut, preventing the on-hit from triggering, and dealing 3 damage to Parker. Obviously, it is not maximum value, but denying the card draw from your Luxem opponent after already giving them a card is pretty much what you want to see. This is the best case scenario for Snow Ghost right now.
Yeah, exactly. As long as your opponent is not at 10 influence, you're kind of safe. So you want to delay that as much as you can.
Uh, He's getting very close to it, especially if he has the second Gleaming Cut here, and now that he's level 3, he doesn't need to banish much anymore, so he can just start collecting that influence in his hand. Snow Ghost finally having the next Heated Vengeance, the third one coming out here, actually dealing 7 damage finally to Parker.
Only 14 left. It's achievable. If we don't see like 2 Luxem sites being revealed right here.
We will have to see because that is always a threat. You cannot be sure that they don't have luck. Sometimes Luxera's map coming out, very classic level 3 play. Let's see what gets real. Ooh, that's tough. But the Resolute's then looking very, very good in Parker's hand now. Unfortunately, only quote unquote a light reverse assault, but that might just be enough if Parker has a Sadie here. That would be game because Snow Ghost currently has nothing in hand. The Outchan is rested, so nothing is going to come out. No sneaky reactions here. Let's see if Parker has it. I'm not quite sure about his influence though.
I don't
You
think he has the influence. I think he's at
oh, he's at 7
seven
total.
cards.
Very tough situation, very tough moment for Parker. So does he if he keeps up his hand and plays Resolution next turn, that means that he can still look Sarah's map and push himself over the limit, but he would still have to find a way to play cards.
Yeah, the big problem with playing Resolute here, actually, if you don't hit lethal here, right, playing Resolute is probably not the play. That way you can have access to your Chalice of Blood and find lethal that way.
Yep. Oh, the recovering here just to be sure. Because the GCR coming out is not the same as a fire resonance bubble. Because you can banish your Grand Crusader's Ring any moment, regardless of what your opponent has. Scathing Seminary coming out. Yes, No Ghost is balanced,
Yeah,
so you get to deal 2 damage to Xander here, putting Parker
kind of
back
a Rococo side grade. A balance, I
side
think, is
grade.
the best mechanic. It's one of the mechanics in Grand Archives that actually cares about your memory. One of the things that makes Grand Archives very unique. So it is the most fun mechanic to play with for me. I love Lunette, I love Yildiz, I love Scale of Souls, even if no one plays that card.
A lot of fun cleric cards, and I really like that balance is basically an exclusively cleric thing to do.
And then the Ashwick Cremator. So we are putting Parker at 19 here, just out of range of the Chalice of Blood. Theoretically,
Yeah.
Parker can still do the my favorite play of getting Chalice of Blood and then using the Lightweaver's Assault 2 damage on reveal on yourself so you can get over
Oh,
20.
wait a second.
Oh, we're playing it.
He is going for the live viewers assault. Very interesting. Do you think that is he might have had another live viewers assault? That sounds like an a crazy commit here. Only 4 damage. I get 3 Sadies at a liminal guide. All right, I understand everything now. 1 damage into the Asher Cremator. Probably, yep. Both allies gone, and it deals 2 damage to
All
face.
right,
I
interesting. I guess,
see the vision.
he knows that he doesn't need 2 Lightweavers to win the game, right? Snow Ghost is already at a fair amount of damage. You know you're getting another one with the Luxor's map. So preventing damage here is pretty much the name of the game.
It's also very curious. I think that he did not use Sadie to clear board more, like because he has a million Sadies. So he could have abused that for the agility trigger, but I also see how you don't want to risk more damage or something happening with those. Oh, with those Sadies. The Cinder Guys are coming out, dealing 4 damage to Parker, putting him at 20, which is exactly Chalice range, but he already brought out the Safeguard Amulet earlier, so that is not going to happen this turn. However, you never know what can happen. This game is still not over. However, it is definitely very, very scary for Parker to be on 20 damage counters currently, and while
Parker
he does
needs to
have cards
find
in hand,
5 damage, and sadly,
yeah.
Sadie, bring her back Sadie again, does not do it.
Oh, he cannot play Ryle the Abyss.
Yeah,
He wanted to,
the
but
spirit has
unfortunately
been
already
released.
limit released. Yeah. Which means he's unable to play fire cards at this moment. Let's see if that's It's if he still has enough, or he has the ability to survive. Sometimes, like you said, preventing damage is the name of the game. That's what you need to do.
We
You
have
need
an
to
amulet on
survive.
board. We should still have the Resolute in hand, right? That has not been played.
Yep.
So I
The
think we're
Resolute.
pretty safe.
Oh,
Siphon
Luxem
and
side being
Luxem
played.
sight. That's
That's a
interesting.
very rare thing, especially in this matchup. We're talking about how valuable it is. So Parker looking for the kill right now. He's like, I don't actually really need to recover. As long as I can take the game home, I will be fine. And that is, it seems that the plan that he is going for. Passing turn, surviving. He's guaranteed to survive this turn, right? Because he's preventing 4 damage with the Safeguard Amulet and 3 attack damage with the uh Resolute stand. So he is going to be fine. The question is, can Snow Ghost take Parker out at fast speed before he even has the ability to recollect?
I think he's probably fine. If that had been Scepter Fascination, I could have seen a line where he possibly would have died. Maybe. But since there's no Glimmer counter on Xiao Chan, I don't think there's a way with only 4 cards for Snow Ghost to pass through those 2 lines of defense.
Fortunate situation for Parker. Very unfortunate for Snow Ghost. Though there might be a line that we're not seeing because there is unpreventable damage in Grand Archive. Like the Sparklight. That is exactly a perfect source of unpreventable damage here. There's not much Parker can do about that.
But is that 2 damage enough, right? Because there's nothing else.
Yeah, he has no Glimmer counters and only 1 card in hand. 1 more from the Fractal Sparks, putting him at 3 damage. But unfortunately, that is it. And we might see game here. Oh, drawing another card from backup charger. Get those cards down into his memory, as well as just get his influence up, getting the power cell token. Revealing at the beginning of recollection, Luxem Side Gleaming Cut.
Interesting.
Huh.
If that
That's not what
Luxor's
I
map,
expected.
yeah, if that Luxor's map had been a Lightweaver's Assault, that
Oh,
was
Light
game
Viewers
here.
Assault. Yeah. We would have had game here, but maybe Parker already had it in his hand and just wanted to make sure that he survives. However, it's interesting because he didn't force a reveal, and
We
he
did
didn't have
have
enough
the other
cards.
Lightweavers in hand, or we
There is
found it
Live
from
Reverse
that Gleaming
Assault.
Cut.
Yep,
And that is
he got
exact
it.
lethal.
Yeah,
For
I
the round
feel
2-0.
yeah, I feel like Parker could have forced more damage there if he wanted to, but I feel like he didn't feel the need to do so. So it's very interesting. What I saw is Snow Ghost always had basically all cards down. So him bringing out Nullify Mirror was basically had no impact on the game. I feel like he could have had I'm not sure actually. Let me check if he plays Safeguard Amulet. I don't quite remember.
The main use of
He
the
does play
mirror,
Safeguard.
I think the mirror is mostly there to prevent like a quick striking Illuminance skill. Because striking Illuminance does count the number of Luxems that you reveal. So if that's something that you want to play around, that can be useful for that. But indeed, Xiao Chan always having her full hand down is not really scared of the put down effect from Zanzer. So the mirror probably not doing much there. But I can see the need to protect yourself against striking Illuminance. That's a card that reduces the required hand size for Luxem from 10 to 8.
I I don't see what you mean, but I feel like it's most of the time people don't even play it as a 4-of, so I would bring out Safeguard Amulet over Striking over Nullifying Mirror most of the time, just because of how much more common it is to get Light Weavers assaulted.
I think I'd probably bring damage earlier. Even the Safeguard Amulet is not that useful against Luxem because if they start revealing Luxem sites, you're done.
Yeah, you
Your
need to
your only
push
way
damage.
your only way is killing them first. So instead of going Amulet, I think you get like the Everflame staff a turn earlier, and you try to push more damage that way. Was there any other source of damage in the material deck for Snow Ghost? There was the
I no,
Scepter of
there
Fascination is kind of damage in a way. It lets you cast an activate an extra spell.
it could have been,
So
but we didn't see Snow Ghost really have any of the cards, any of the reactions that you would want to see as the Outchan here. So I'm not sure if that would have been good enough, especially considering that he waited so long to bring out the Everflame staff too.
yeah,
It was very tough, but I 100% see why he brought the mirror out and why he played more defensively. Unfortunately, if you go defensive in this matchup, Luxem will just win the game because their defensive tools are so much stronger and so much and they are reusable. So it is they're more likely to survive than you just because of the guaranteed recovery. They have they have the Sacred Amulet if you're gonna just one shot them. And they also have the Resolute Stance guaranteed. And they have the Library's Assault where they can, at fast speed, reveal their memory and recover if need be. So they have a lot of tools and they have a guaranteed recovery. They can look for their um, Luxem sites with the Luxera's map. So you just have to be faster. That's what we've been saying. That's what you said as well. Unfortunately, in this matchup, it's a game of speed. It's a question of speed, and it's a question of can you kill them before they get to level 3?
and that applies to pretty much every matchup against Luxem. You simply cannot play defensively. No matter what deck you're playing, if you try to turtle down against Luxem, Luxem will kill you. Their answers are better. And often faster if you're trying. Again, Luxem, they go to 10 and you're dead pretty much. So
The only deck that could maybe like put up a fight on the long game with Luxem is Tristan with the Veiling Breezes and them having Shadow Strike as an answer, like as a same one shot. But even then, there's isn't enough recovery and it isn't enough protection in Tristan for that to be fine. Because you have your ominous shadows, yes, but as if they keep on revealing a Luxem like a Light Weaver's Assault, they're just going to be dealing 2 damage to your face because they cannot do anything with the ominous shadows anyways.
from playing a lot back in the days, and of course the decks changed a lot, but I think overall Luxem was favored into Tristan. Obviously the decks changed a lot, and back when I played that matchup a lot, Slices and Dice was not very popular for Tristan. So again, we're back to the you can't play slow against Luxem, right? The best way for Tristan to win against Luxem is probably an early Slice and Dice kill instead of the big Shadow Strike at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's more likely to end quickly because prep generation and damage in Tristan is really, really good. So you're right.
But this matchup also shows that it's part of why the pro players really take time analyze the meta because you can be the best player at a deck that you can. If you go to a big tournament and you just hit bad matchups for your deck, then sometimes there's nothing you can do, right? So that's why you need to find not just a deck you're good at, but something that might be good for the tournament you're planning to go to.
Yeah, you also you have to be very aware and you have to plan, but you also have to practice and know what to do in certain situations. It's not going to be a sit down and this is what you do, but you have to like get comfortable and familiar with the situation. So it is very tough. But yeah, it's definitely a game. It's not. It hasn't. These games are a lot faster than Luxem games usually are. but that's also because it was a level 1 Diao-chan deck,
Mhm.
so you don't need the 10 influence to take the game home. But it was wonderful to see this matchup. It was wonderful to see both of these players. They played well. They played as good as they could. Diao-chan just didn't draw the win fast enough, unfortunately. So
Sometimes your
good
deck
times.
just does not want you to win. It happens. It's a card game. If there was no elements of luck, we'd be playing chess instead.
Yeah. So it's tough, but that's the one magic of card games as well. Yeti is luckily is here to live and learn. So it's not lost for either of these players, right? Because 4-0 you get a box, yes, but for quite a bit now, 3-1s also get some amazing pricing. So it's not lost. Don't give up. And yeah, do you have any last words, Bonnie? Because I hear you're going to rest after this round.
Yes, NEETfull will be coming back for the last round. I just want to remind everyone that Ascent Taipei is starting in less than 24 hours, so go watch that. See how different the meta will be over in Asia. It's always fun to see how much different groups of player evaluate different decks, than just what is more popular in different regions around the world. So that's always nice to see. There'll be some great games being played, great caster casting all of those games. And yeah, just watch that this weekend, everyone.
Thank you, Bonnie,
It's a pleasure.
for
See you,
being
everyone.
here with us on Tyler's birthday, especially.
Yes.
And
Again,
thank you
happy
everybody
birthday,
for
Tyler.
watching. Yep, and supporting us. Happy birthday, Tyler. And we'll be back shortly for round 5 of today's very special Yeti Online Locals. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to this very special edition of Yeti Online Weeklies. I'm back here with NEETfull. How are you doing today?
I am good. I had a nice break of watching 2 rounds. I got to watch some really exciting Luxem gameplay. So I am ready to watch some more Grand Archive, cast it, talk about it, and then hopefully see some more Riles.
Some more Riles. Wow, what an odd request to make, sir. Are you implying something? Do you want more level 3 decks? Do you want more fun things? Actually, what about let's look at what the menu is today, what we could see here for champions. Who do you want to see rile it up?
Ooh, I mean, I want to see the Tony. I would like to see the Tony doing some Rile, but we already confirmed that one is not fire, and unfortunately didn't get this far. Um, but like always, I want to see some Luxem still doing well. That deck just seems to kind of be the de facto deck of Grand Archive for a very long time. Is you can kind of put it down and it somehow slowly creeps its way back in to the meta somehow, some way. I'm really excited to see that. Overall, though, I would love to see some CL. That deck is more of normally when we see a new champion, it kind of takes it a set or two to really kind of get its legs and to really start doing some damage. But in this current meta, seeing CL put in some work and seeing a lot of people really kind of get behind this deck is really cool to see.
Yeah, you're so right. It's it's been nice seeing people be like, I think many people who have been playing the game for a bit, or even newer players that looked at Tony as a guardian were like, man, he's cool, but he's like so token and domain focused that you can't do you don't have too much to do with him. Or you keep at level 1 and then it's an ally deck. But CL lets you have a lot more variety, and I think that is also why people are like, "Oh, a good guardian with variety? And let me try that." And people are, like, kind of brute forced him and tested him to be good, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's just like I think his level 1 to his level 2 I think is so well designed. Being able to go level 1, being able to essentially get this scaling ability without having to go any farther means we can see like we've seen last couple times at Yeti, we've seen Edward pilot the win CL list, not needing level 2, not needing level 3, just simply
Yep.
I want that trigger, I want the omens, I want the extra damage and doing some crazy stuff. And then of course we've seen the CL take going to level 3 where we say, "Hey, level 2, I'm gonna kind of take some of these maybe I wouldn't call bad cards, but cards you don't need in a situation or cards you need to set up, get rid of them and kind of sculpt your hand in for level 3." So I think just it's
Yeah.
been a while since we've seen a champion design that is just kind of this well versed to be able to do both the level 1 and the level 3 strategy very well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And the wonderful thing about CL is even if you have your useless cards early in the game, you can discard them. If you're playing fire, obviously it's a lot easier, but you can discard them or find ways to put them into your graveyard. Put them under, well, banish them with an omen counter, make them an omen, and then later you have the ability to swap them out if they're an attack. You can just get them back directly with armoire, or just have them passively generate you value by being a 15 cost card, or just being an attack with that deals a lot of damage. So I absolutely agree with you that it's amazing to see that it supports so many things. I love that for the masteries they're keeping with the theme of you can use it level 1, but if you use the level 3 champion, you get additional value of it. Like Kongming with the shifting currents was first, obviously. Like you can use it on level 1, rotate it every turn, get your value off of those those allies that require you to look a certain direction. But and then now with CL as well, of level 1, like you said, you can just banish your for omens, you can get those numbers up, start dealing damage. Or if you go to level 3, you can deal additional damage by just banishing cards with omen counters. Like and same with Kong Ming. On level 3, you can shift your currents in specific directions whenever you want. Like whenever you play a spell.
Yeah, I think that's where I really like where the kind of gameplay design for a lot of these like mastery champions is going. Is let's just not just focus on the level 3. Let's kind of make it universal for the whole kit. Let's make
Yeah.
it good at level 1. Let's make it good at level 3. 'Cause I know we've had kind of some problems in the past where level 2s or level 1s may not necessarily feel the greatest when you're running that kit. We won't call out maybe some specific champions, but it is cool to see a little bit more kind of focus on the synergies across the board rather than just say, let's make
Yeah.
the level 2 a filler and then we'll kind of go from there.
Yeah. And with CL, I think they hit that balance and hit the mark perfectly, and that's why we see so many CLs so early in this meta game. And so I'm really excited. I'm really happy to see Jin here as well. Obviously he's not here as much as I would like it personally, but it's it's nice to see such a diverse cut of champions and like such a diverse lineup. We see every class, every single champion, well, we see every single class represented at least. We see a nice variety of some newer champions, some older champions, some level 3, some non-level 3. So, overall, sure, Ryle is very dominant right now, but I'm feeling good about the current meta game. But obviously, the meta is not full without elements, right? Because we
Yeah.
need it to
And
have our champions.
and that's one thing is we are seeing kind of like this domination of fire because of Ryle. I mean, it's we have to kind of call the elephant in the room. But we also kind of the cool thing about this is we're not seeing necessarily one deck really take that package and just dominate everything else like we've seen in the past with things like Icebound Slam, where we kind of saw very specific waterless have to utilize it.
Yeah.
We're not seeing Lost in Thought get used by only like realistically one deck in the higher in the meta. We're seeing a lot of these really kind of diverse end game strategies and just using Ryle as an engine. And I think Weebs wanted level 3 to be good. And I think the way they implemented Ryle is actually that vision that they had kind of in action. That is going to be the engine
Yeah.
to get that element to level 3. And now let's do the level 3 game plan a little bit differently and try to win based on what champion I like best.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with you. Like, of course, it makes fire oppressive, and of course, we see fire everywhere. However, the the champion diversity is still so high, and seeing so many level 3 decks is so different from, like you said, the Icebound Slam decks, the Lost in Thought decks, where you had to play a specific archetype to get the maximum amount of value for it, or else there's no point in playing the element basically. But right now, it is the same ish thing, but you're not forced into an archetype. You're just forced in a way into an element. But water is still very viable. Wind is a bit, it's a bit more on the fence, I feel like. But in the Ponyta's deck, wind is basically the main engine, like the main win condition, because it's Dilu is, well, Dilu and Brisk Windtrotter are stronger than Red Hair, but you play Fire for the Ryle package, and obviously Vanitas is the only one that can do that, but it's still pretty. I don't feel too bad about Ryo personally. Like, it's oppressive in terms of fire being everywhere, but it also brings a much needed breath of fresh air in terms of like overall deck archetypes, because it's an engine, not an archetype.
Yeah, and that's where I've kind of like at first I was very harking on Ryle very early in the meta. I'm like, man, this seems very very like a big problem. This seems like something I don't want to deal with. But the more I kind of looked at it, and the more I thought it and watched how the meta progressed, I was worried that it's like only Inzul is going to be the best deck, or only Merlin's going to be the best deck. But now that we're seeing kind of across the board, everything's playing a little bit differently, and this is it's core. It's an engine. It is what
Yeah.
makes the deck operates. It what's make fire a very, very viable element to play once again, because fire was kind of for a very long time in the last couple sets has going to push to the side for the favor of water and wind, where you weren't really
Yeah.
getting a lot of this fire. And now the fire has that engine. It's like, cool, I'm going to play the level 3 game plan. I'm going to do all the fire things that I want to do. I want to draw cards. I want to cycle my deck, and I want to see kind of what I'm going to get. And that's where the next couple of sets we could see water, we could see wind get cards very similar that progress their game plan, maybe in a different fashion. So we may see more of these elements become very viable and just using the base elements as an engine. And I'm cool with that. I would be cool to see these base elements become the engine and then have these advanced elements be kind of your closeout or your trick pieces that you would try to do later in the game. So I'm really excited to see where it goes. I don't think Ryle necessarily needs to go right now, but who knows? There might be some stuff on the radar that we don't know about. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of factors to getting a card banned, but right this moment, personally, I agree with you. Is that it doesn't need to go, but it also very much depends on will we see an engine like this for any other element? Because if it's only going to be fire, it's going to be incredibly oppressive. But if we see, because I also feel like you cannot have a million engines in one set, because then I'm like, oh, okay, this one set is going to be like incredibly good, and then everything else is just like, oh, okay, sure, I have some cards that I can swap out. But so
Yeah.
that's why I don't mind the meta evolving so drastically with each set, because new cards come out, and then we're getting to the point in the game where things are kind of evening out and balancing each other, I think.
Yeah, and I agree. And we're already seeing water start to kind of take its place as the counter to this as well. So I wouldn't be surprised here in the next couple of events we start seeing a little bit more of Snow White come into play to kind of stagger out these decks from being able to get to level 3. And I wouldn't be surprised as well is we're starting to see a lot of hate pieces come in from water just to say fracturize the right pieces. We're already removing floating memory now from graveyards to do that as well. So I mean, the answers are definitely there. We're definitely seeing the players adapt and change, which is really awesome. Which looks like we are jumping right into our game, and we have Jimmy Lee back on going against Axis here on Pony Toss. So we are seeing a rematch of sorts back on these two
Bas-
lists.
yeah, it's a very similar, same thing as earlier that we saw. Different players, different Axis is here to enact the revenge of Ponytas. Hopefully, will not follow Haru Rara in losing the games, but we shall see.
I hope
Very
not.
strong start.
Let's not make that a curse on this stream.
Yep, I absolutely agree. Love you, Haru. Miss you, Haru. But let's not curse Ponytas. Let's have a fun game of Grand Archive. And it looks like Axis had a very fun start. Played the Ryle into a Liminal Guide immediately, discarding it for value. And Jimmy also having a pretty solid start. A very Jimmy Lee start. Yep, Cremation Ritual onto that Stalwart Shieldmate, getting the floating memory in the graveyard and drawing those cards. So very comfortable play from both of these players. You love to see it. I mean, they love to see it. You love to see it, because this means it will not be a one-sided game.
Yeah. And as we saw with the last time, sometimes in this matchup, going first is kind of one of the key components. And unfortunately for Jimmy here, with Benita starting it off, we could see if we see a DG here or we see a Beseech, this could get pretty scary for Jimmy. We saw this last time going into game 2 when we have to deal with the level and having to possibly play the sword for extra 1 is not something you want to do.
Immediately look at that. There's the level up from for the Vanitas Little One, bringing it back the Liminal Guide, playing an Undying Dreams onto the Liminal Guide immediately to get the absolutely most amount of value here, dealing 3 damage this turn with the Undying Dreams, unless there's some other shenanigans that are about to come out from Axis. Maybe a Dungeon Guide into a Brisk Wind Trotter. Not sure what his influence is at, but I'm not quite sure if he can afford to level up to level 3 right now.
Yeah, the
Oh, he
fact that we haven't
could!
Yeah, we haven't
Sorry.
seen the windmill dungeon guide. Never mind, there it is. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, they always have it. Now, after this, I think Brisk Wind Trotter is the best possible play for them to make to be able to level up into level 3 as well. Or no, wait, no, Dilu. Dilu, Dilu's just better. It's my boy, Dilu.
Well, at this point, I think even I think a Wind Trotter becomes even more scary though, because at that point we're getting 2 allies, and we're getting a you're essentially getting a Dilu. We're just getting a Ghost Dilu.
Oh, yeah. I think it's even maybe better because he gets to split up the damage, so it's not all focused onto a Dilu. So he has 3 from the Dungeon Guide, 3 from the Liminal Guide this turn, 1 from the Brisk Wind Trotter, 10 damage on board from 0 to 10 in just 1 turn, and he still has 1 card in hand. Let's not forget about that, because this is not common for a Vanitas deck. Having the cards in hand.
This is what we call a high roll. This is what
Yeah.
you wish for. You go to
It
sleep at night
really
and you dream
is.
about playing the Vanitas Ponytoss deck, and you're like, "Oh, I hope I can do I can do 10 damage on turn 2. That's all I want. That's all I want for Christmas." And you wake up and
Please,
you're
please,
like, "Oh,
please.
that's happening."
Yeah, I'd love to see Christmas come early. You know, I heard some people complaining that some stores already have Christmas music playing. Probably for Axis, probably for this dream start that he had. Turn 2, level 3, 1 card in hand, with damage split amongst multiple allies, having buff counters as well. They're all Liminal Guide being a 2/4 right now. Dungeon Guide is a 3/4, 3/5. What else can you wish for?
I don't think much else. At this point, Axis 100% turned the Christmas playlist on his Spotify, and he's
Yeah.
already living it. He's already in December. This year is already over for him.
Or, it might just be that he's putting on a wonderful show for Tyler here for his birthday, have some amazing gameplay on SVP here. I think we've had the most fun games we've had in a while because people just have been drawing so well. The Riles have been paying off. The Liminal Guides have been coming out. Tyler's birthday is the good luck charm for anyone on stream today.
Apparently, yeah. And one thing I know is he does love Ponytoss. Probably, I was told favorite deck in the game, 100%.
Favorite deck in the game. Holy moly!
Yeah.
So, Axis will be blessed. Hopefully, we'll see a win come out here. Ooh.
And a sensor to follow it up.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Oh. Yeah, no. If you're Jimmy, you're like, GG's. It's basically the same thing as what we saw Stevo last game do last game. I think it's a. What am I gonna do at this point? I mean, obviously he can level up still normally, and it's not as terrible. And like Ronnie said, he's not the in soul is not necessary in this matchup to win, but it's still very tough.
We'll go ahead and give the warning now for anybody who may in the played in the chat who may have played at Ascent Boston. This is a PTSD warning because you may be seeing this again for the second time.
Many times before. Oh, but yeah, Jimmy has it. There's the reduced to ash coming out onto the sensor after a resolute stand as well. All of these RE cards putting in some heavy lifting for Jimmy. Luckily, he still got to level up. Did he? He didn't get hit by Vanitas last turn? Oh, because the resolute stand came out. Yeah, the Red Vanitas would have been hitting for 3, so unfortunately no tax for Maxes, but very fortunate for Jimmy because he gets to level up for just 1 and gets his free sword alongside that.
Yeah, you take it when you can get it, because that may not last for long here, especially in this matchup.
Yeah. The fluffy shoop keep coming out.
Probably one of my favorite cards from this set is Fluffy Shopkeep.
Seeing
this card.
Yeah, go ahead.
Seeing this card when it first came out, I was like, yeah, this is just an interceptor, whatever. And then having one of our locals who is an avid Lorraine player, He's like, wait, that's +2 on Lorraine. And I'm like, oh, this card just gets better and better. It's a gift that keeps on giving.
Yep, just a casual +2. Casual sword that you can bring back if you want, if you're playing that version of Lorraine. No, it's not bad to say the least, and it's a very, very cute card as well. What I was gonna say is that I was surprised that in Boston more people didn't want the playmat, because I think this is one of the best looking playmat arts in the game, because it's just, obviously there are arts that are incredibly beautiful, but this on a playmat is just so cozy and nice and like perfect, even as like an everyday mouse pad.
Listen, I want one so badly. I couldn't go to Boston, so now it's just being rubbed in. I
Time
want
to
that
go to
playmat so badly.
Niagara. It's time to go to Niagara, NEETfull.
I don't think it's on the list for Niagara Falls. It
We
might
haven't
be.
seen it. We haven't seen the event guide yet, so maybe.
Fingers crossed.
No?
If not, hit me up. Slide those DMs. Let me know
Please,
you've got an extra
please.
fluffy mat you don't care about.
Yeah, give the fluffies. Oh, and that's all going out. Jimmy just is not seeing those, those end souls are banished fodder for him in this matchup. He doesn't need them. He is proving to us that aim soul is not the way in this matchup because of the resolute stance. You just want to out damage them, clear board, and do as much as you can.
Which I think is a fair call in this matchup, because at this point
Yeah.
you need to push damage, but at that point it's kind of overkill, because if you clear Vanitas' board, you can essentially get past that 5 damage hump that Vanitas is putting out. Then at that point it's a race and you're winning. So I get it.
Yeah.
Or in this matchup, maybe Jimmy just always has 2 in souls and he's like, I don't need the second one.
I can imagine it is Jimmy, and he is very lucky with these more late game one big swing decks, or like one card kind of wins decks. So I wouldn't be too surprised here.
Nah, I think Jimmy is the one who pioneered most of this strategy on how to play this deck. I think when most people think, how do I play in Soul? How do I play these turbo fire, do as much damage as possible, top heavy lists? Most of them essentially turn to, it's probably a Jimmy list you're turning to.
Yeah,
And that's fair.
If you think of level 3 fire deck, you're like, Jimmy. It's gotta be a Jimmy deck, yeah. It's either something very basic or a Jimmy deck. There is no in between.
If it wasn't for this season being so heavy fire, if you told me any fire deck is top, it's like, so Jimmy's playing this event? Good to know.
Yep. It usually is like that, but we'll see how that goes for him, because this feels a lot more balanced than it did before. Like than it did the last games, because the dungeon guide is still there, liminal guide is still there, both of them still buffed with the buff counters. So it's quite a significant amount of damage even without the Windtrotter being on board, or even without any of the unique horses being out. We saw one pony, but it was there just to buff the dungeon guide.
Yeah, and if we put out one more ally and we can clear out that fluffy shopkeep here, then we're only looking at a two turn clock at this point, because with 9 on board, that's 18 over the course of 2 turns. So something probably thinking
Thurnable
about.
coming out. Paying 3, banishing. Oh, it doesn't matter what 3 gets banished here, because Jimmy didn't have another floating in his graveyard, but it's still good to get rid of cards, especially considering that that Jimmy, at least Jimmy's decks most of the time play Rending Flames, so getting rid of those fire cards is very impactful.
Yeah, even just hitting 1 could take a turn off of Jimmy being able to have the difference between the Rending Flames for lethal to, I have a Rending Flames for 3.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like Axis did take the Resolute Stand over the Cremation Ritual, which might be, on the long term, because of the Rending Flames, we might see it have an impact on the game. But I'm not sure. Fractal Sparks coming out from Axis more damage, irreservable. Yeah, it's always nice to have a guaranteed source of damage, and that one point might make or break it here. Why do you, I haven't really thought about this. Can you explain to me why Fractal Sparks is and might be in this deck?
In this deck, yeah. So the biggest thing with this list is we are running a real fancy card. Well, at least we have been in other lists. I assume this would be the case, but we are running a pretty cool card called Searing Rebuke. And Searing Rebuke has a really cool effect that whenever you play it, the next 3 damage you take is prevented. And whenever you prevent damage this way, you deal 3 damage to the opponent. Now, the real cool thing about that is it does not care how much damage you take out of that 3. So normally we would think take 3, do 3. Yeah, cool, whatever. But if we can do that in intervals of 1, so let's just say we're taking 2, and before we take that 2, we take another 1, we could turn that 1, we could turn what would normally be 3 damage, 2 damage blocked into 6 damage by dividing it up into small pings rather than doing one big block. So it is something we saw with the Fire Dao-Chan abuse pretty early on in the meta when Dao-Chan came out. But with Vanitas having the really cool type of cleric, we get to do it here as well.
Oh, you're right. I completely forgot that Vanitas was a cleric as well. That's really, really spicy and really good. I understand this deck is just good stuff, and oh, wow.
Turns out we had a lot of really good cleric cards that we just never paid attention to because we were too busy watching Arasana blast us in the face for 20.
Yeah. The only time we really looked at cleric cards was when we had a Razor Gale around.
Don't take
But
me back to those days. I try to forget that.
unfortunately, now it's not it. So hopefully, okay. The good thing is this Canadian Ascent. It's in the middle of the season, or like more so towards the end of the season. So we don't have to worry about an extremely oppressive cleric deck.
Yet.
And watch me eat my words because something will come out and it's gonna be like, oh my god, Arisana is incredibly broken, and everyone's just playing Arisana now. GG's, guys.
Cam's sitting on that sauce. He hasn't let anybody know about it yet.
And now that Cam is working with Shinja producing the streams, he can start leaking. Surely he can start leaking the Arisana spice to us. In the meantime, the reason they scooped up all of the cards on board is because Jimmy played the Flame Sweep that cleared board. He drew a lot of cards off of it. He drew 2 cards off of it, and then Axis. Yes, damage is being dealt. Red Hair coming in, Impact Hammer hitting for 2-5 with Vanitas. Red Hair hitting for 3 here. Fractal of Sparks also, I believe, was pinging Jimmy Lee because no Searing Rebuke was played. If there were one, like as you said, it's 9 damage, or at least 3 damage. You would have seen a lot more damage on Axis, and possibly maybe but Jimmy, maybe possibly even a game over. Oh, banishing a Pendragon, a ghost of Pendragon being banished here. Very tough and brave move from Jimmy, I feel like.
Sometimes it happens, or maybe we have the other 3 Ghost Pendragon already in hand, so we don't need them.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, Jimmy is him, and he very well could have it. But
yeah,
seems
and Jimmy
not.
saw the writing
This
on the
was
wall.
not
He's
the
like,
time.
I can't deal with that much. We're going to the next one.
Yeah, this is the good part. Axis also has been playing for quite a while, so he's an experienced player as well. Like as we saw earlier with Jimmy, when they see that okay, it's game over, players just move on and know that there's no point in forcing them to play out the next turn if I know I have nothing.
Yeah, let's see. Let's move it on. At this point, it's probably getting late for everybody. Let's get to the next one. Let's not waste some time here. All right.
Going
so looking
to
at these
next one, all right? Yeah, that is exactly what I wanted. NEETfull, go ahead, take it away. Teach us about sideboarding, please.
Yeah, will do. Don't you worry. So we're gonna start with Axis here. Looking at the sideboard, pretty close to what we've seen a lot of these lists run. Couple of new things. We're seeing that Vainglory Retribution hit the sideboard. We've seen some of the Vanitas lists run at main board. Seen some of them running it outside of that. So we see that kind of maybe coming in this just for another way to kind of pressure some damage. Maybe we could see the Cinder Geyser possibly as a way to kind of clear some of those allies is a possibility. But outside of that, I think mostly what we're probably going to see in this matchup is probably running a lot of the same things we already had, just pressuring as much as possible with maybe a Vainglory and Cinder Geyser to clear the path that we need.
Yeah, I have nothing to ask, nothing to add, because that's basically what I've been thinking as well. What about Jimmy though? His sideboard is very interesting.
Jimmy, the king of I'm gonna run 3 in my main deck and 3 or 2 in my main deck, and we're gonna sideboard the rest. Is is kind of the idea here that we're seeing. And Flame Sweep is definitely one of them we're gonna see to come in. Mainly, we're not necessarily worried about playing multiple Flame Sweep in this situation. More of in this Jimmy's thought is I need to draw it. I need to have Flame Sweep within the first couple of draws of the game. That is probably the difference from me living and dying. So very likely seeing the Flame Sweeps coming in. We will probably see and the other Resolute stand also come into play as another way to just say, hey, I'm not going to take some damage. And then if we're playing super defensive, I would not be shocked if we see the Crystalline Destinies. It's just another way to say I'm going to stop the Vanitas hit.
Yeah, stopping the Vanitas hit is the most important thing, especially he will go first, but Vanitas can easily get to level 3 beforehand because one dungeon guide will just get them to level 3 immediately. So I agree with you that it is very probably the Crystallized Destiny is going to come in because it is important to prevent the damage here.
Yeah, and there's not really much reason you're going to take a Regal in this situation because at this point the deck is nothing but gas for Vanitas. So Regal does not. You're just getting rid of gas to draw more gas. It's kind of how this matchup feels half the time.
It's Henke's 56 ally list, but horses.
Pretty close. Pretty close it feels at this point because it always has the horse.
Yeah, it always has a way to deal damage because even if they have like a bad hand, Vanitas 3 will just start hitting. So yeah, you can't really stop the damage unless you have the Resolute stands in hand.
Yeah, and we're probably going to see, I'm assuming this match is like we see in most of these, and we saw at Boston, and we're probably going to see it now, is we're probably going to see the idea for Jimmy is I'm going to get to 3 as quickly as I can. I need to essentially get all my pieces on board before that Vanitas ever hits level 3.
Yep. And I would say it's not looking good, but Jimmy is playing fire, so anything that's not looking good is probably just going to play Rile at the end of the opponent's turn, Creative Shock at the end of the opponent's turn, discard a flow, discard a liminal guide, so you don't mind losing a card from your memory. So it's not looking bad. However, if Axis is going to go crazy on his first turn here, it might start looking bad because Vanitas just gets there. There's the trial. Okay, Jimmy's died doesn't respond yet. Liminal guide. What? That's it.
Yep.
Only
just
one card discarded.
I mean, we saw that last game, and we saw how that went. So, be fair, just the liminal, still just the liminal.
Just the liminal is still drawing, going +1 off of the Rile, so you're not losing much.
And start with an 8-card hand already. Looking like a pretty good straight to 3.
Yeah, but Jimmy is also not looking too bad, playing a Creative Shock into an Undying Dreams, immediately using it to level up as well. Here's Lorraine, here's a Sword of Seeking. What you gonna do about it, Axis? Will you be able to level up and keep up pace? It is Vanitas, so yes. But we'll see if he has the damage like he had last time.
Yeah, and the big thing about Jimmy here being in going first, meaning Jimmy does have priority when we, in this case, going to 3. Now there is a chance Jimmy may want to hold off if the dungeon guide's already in hand. So maybe we save for the flame sweep. Maybe we take a turn off, use Resolute to dodge to dodge the attack, and then go for it. Because if we can land the flame sweep and draw 2 or 3 cards, then at that point the game is pretty much Jimmy's in the bag for the most part.
Yeah. For the most part, yeah. If you find the flame sweep early enough, it is good. I think the biggest issue with Jimmy's game last game was that he found the flame sweep too late, and there was just way too much damage already on his champion for it to matter. Because at that point, Vanitas will just start hitting, and then 3 damage is a lot, and he was on 25 damage counters already, so it was game over, sadly. Oh, Creative Shock. So Axis lost a Dilo on the level up, which I would say is very bad, but he won last game without needing a Dilo, so depending on what his hand is like, we'll see if that is terrible. Discarding or violate the Creative Shock is pretty tough. I wonder if he'll pull up another Undying Dreams onto that Liminal Guide this turn, or if he just doesn't have any Spectre cards.
I'm probably expecting not a lot of Spectre cards to probably play, and very likely not a lot of Dungeon Guide effects. It's probably what we're looking at.
Yeah, you're right, because it's looking pretty tough. It's gonna be looking pretty tough if that's right.
Now
But
we got
the
it.
Dungeon Guide, yep. Yeah, it's
That
okay.
Creative Shock drew us into it. We don't care.
Worry not. Yep. They always have it. Also, the Ember Crypt Burn coming out, taking out the Evercurrent Raider from Jimmy's graveyard, which is pretty impactful. Also, dealing 2 damage is not anything to overlook. It adds up very quickly, especially blue going down 1 influence for Jimmy. But Jimmy also very smart in guaranteeing that he can level up next turn, having 2 cards down in his memory. So it's not too tough. Oh, fast cure. Jimmy's influence being significantly higher than Axis's, so there's no way for him to have a lower influence. It means Axis gets to recover and does have the 1 floating memory. Well, the 1 floating memory. Does have a floating memory that he can use to level up right now.
Yep, and don't forget, it is a spell, so Vanitas 2 effect is going to come into play going into level 3, so we're going to get a nice little +1 on this attack too.
Oh, you're absolutely right. So that is coming in for 4 damage, which means it hits through a Resolute stand. Very smart.
Pretty spicy. Pretty spicy.
Yep. Really fortunate for Axis. Well, I'm fortunate. Most likely deliberate. Really nice for Axis. And, good way to play. Good way for these to play out. Also, now he has twice as many cards in his hand than he had last game when he was going up to level 3. However, he does not have the Brisk Windtrotter or had the Undying Dream, so it's a bit less damage, but more cards. Which one would you rather have, NEETfull?
Oh,
The damage or cards?
I feel like in this matchup, especially with you have always the looming threat of the flame sweep, I think I would just add more cards in this kind of situation. I think I want to have the ability just to, if they sweep my board, kind of bounce back and just do some more damage after it. But I also like drawing cards.
I mean, Grand Archive is an influence game after all. So the more cards you have, the better you're doing. I feel like it's a very strong indicator of it. So you're not wrong. You're never wrong for saying I'll take the cards, because cards mean more damage later and more survivability until you get to the later.
And especially with you already having kind of the engine online, you've already started taxing your opponent. You're forcing a Grand Crusaders ring to cost 1 to play. So you're probably feeling pretty good about your placement right now. So take the time, build up an influence, and just keep the pressure on. Force Jimmy to have to respect what you're doing.
Yeah, I also forced Jimmy here to miss out on the level up. So Axis is a lot closer to taking the game home than he would have been if he didn't have that 4 damage from Vanitas. Is Jimmy going to play a dungeon guide here? Did he put 3? Yeah, 3 down. He might be considering whether it's worth it for the dungeon guide. He does get to draw a card off of the level 2 still. And he gets to take out one of Axis's allies, but would you go for the dungeon guide here?
Most likely at this point, I would. It's very hard to say because you do with only 2 allies on board, you are removing a piece of that puzzle from the board. But you are kind of in the same way, even if you are removing that piece of the puzzle. You kind of want that flame sweep. You want to be able to not only be able to kill something, but also get that influence back that you lost, especially when you're already losing 2 to 3 cards a turn from the extra attacks that Vanitas is applying to you.
There's also a liminal guide in the graveyard, right? So
Yeah.
you get to go even on it.
Yeah, there's a chance maybe what we're thinking about playing wasn't even it might have been a fluffy shopkeep. So maybe we didn't even have the dungeon guide.
Maybe
And there's
this
the Resolute we wanted to
conversation was
use
for naught.
turn before. Ooh.
Hold on. Biasy, would you like to
That's a
would you mind
pretty good
reminding us
play.
what he does? What she does?
Of course.
Sorry.
So Volta's a really cool one. Again, coming back to this whole thing we talked about where, remember we said being a cleric had its perks? This is another one where we do get access to playing Volta, which is fast activation if you're level 2. Luckily, we're already level 3 as Vanitas. And class bonus for Guardian and Cleric. On enter, until end of turn, damage dealt by fire element sources you control can't be prevented. In this case scenario, because Vanitas has a fire spirit underneath, we're fire. So we're not preventing that damage, and we're going straight in. So we're applying the tax whether Resolute says we want to or not.
Oh, that's really, really neat to force the Vanitas damage through like that. It's such a smart card to include, and it's an MRC alter card as well. So it's pretty new, but then I'm glad that people already found a place for it, and it's paying off so well. It feels like it was made for this Vanitas deck.
It really does. I think probably their original intention was to maybe give Arasana and maybe some fire Tony some nice ways to pressure and damage, but now Vanitas is like, give that to me. That's mine. I'll show you how it's done.
Men always taking charge, using. I guess Tony's also.
Hold up.
Tony's
We're not
also
getting canceled here.
shirtless.
Let's not get canceled already on Tyler's birthday. What happened to the Serene podcast? Wow. Yeti
I'm
stream.
being wholesome. I'm just saying. Vanitas is an evil guy, and who's using cleric and guardian that was made for possibly for Arisana and our beloved Tonoris for evil tax purposes.
Tax man always coming in, ruining my day. Ruins
right
Ascent
now.
Boston. Now this.
Deal 3 damage, tax me, and then actually have an ally that comes in at fast speed that doesn't even let me avoid my taxes. What is happening? It feels a bit unfair. A bit mean. As cute as Haru's face over Vanitas is, we all know how mean and angry he looks under there. He cannot hide behind Haru Uwawa.
I've been watching the anime. I think Haru has a dark side. And this is it.
Secretly, she's Vanitas. She got. Or did Vanitas get isekai'd and become a horse girl? That's usually how it goes, right?
Oh, 100%.
You live in a semi-normal life and then you become like a cute girl in some other world, or like a cat, or like a slime. And that's what happened. Vanitas got isekai'd, became a horse girl.
Listen, Weebs, I'm waiting for the lore to drop. I'm waiting for the article.
The Vanitas lore drop. Come on.
I need the horse girl isekai Vanitas lore.
Yep. And I'm curious, what do you think Axis is digging? But what is he digging for? Because he got that smoke bombs by banishing a card from his memory.
Oh, he's actually, I think, going just through the fluff because we do have a fluffy shopkeeper play. I think we're just going through it.
True. True. And there's the Resolute thing coming out, so now he can't even take care of the fluffy shopkeep. He just kind of has to keep everything up, which is really good in case of a flame sweep because he can retaliate for 5 here if a flame sweep comes through next turn. Which
Yeah.
obviously allies are gone, but not as bad as it could be.
Very good play by Jimmy here to stay away from that. And the one thing about Volta is it is only for the turn for that on enter. So that does mean that this unfortunately damage is prevented.
Oh, Jimmy leveling up to level 2, just losing a dungeon guide and it reduced to Ash here. But level 2 coming out. Do you think does he have the flame sweep? You know, it's not even a do you think. Does he have the flame sweep?
He's got the sweep. You can tell. That is the
sweep.
Jimmy signature. I have the sweep in hand. I'm about to windmill slam it right now. Don't let me down, Jimmy.
Now that you said it, you're the caster. We can be certain that at least one ally is going to die this turn. And it seems
he's baiting
you're
it.
wrong.
Yeah, I'm wrong. He did not have the sweep.
Unfortunately, yeah, he did not have the sweep. I also believed. But I also felt like as the color caster, you have more insight into what Jimmy has in hand. You know, you have the X-ray vision. I don't.
Nah, he DM'd me on the side. And he's like, I don't got it. I don't got it, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I dropped it.
Oh no! Let you down. But he does have the fluffy shopkeep, and it's going to banish Clarent and something else. Clarent reimagined and another card. Probably another sword. Oh, both Clarents going out there.
Matchup, you don't really need it and probably don't have a lot of time to be able to try to materialize it. So let's get rid of him anyways.
Yeah.
Meaning at level 3,
the Peaceful Visage. Oh, on level 3, it's gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be a lot of damage.
It's gonna be quite overwhelming, I think.
And this is a pretty nice way to try to clear out these fluffies.
Yeah, Peaceful Visage basically turns Liminal Guide into a fluffy clearing machine. You know? Oh, Brisk Wind Shredder also coming in. We're back. We're so back, baby. Look at that. Both of these allies once again being massive, hitting for 3, and a Brisk Wind Shredder. Sorry, Jimmy, but it's game over.
It's not looking good for our hero.
3 Resolute stands have come out, if I counted correctly.
I think so. Because we saw one played onto the first wing. We got prevention. We saw one last turn. Actually, I think maybe only 2 got played this game.
It definitely only prevented damage twice. But I mean, he would never discard one, so probably you're right. It has to be 2. Because Jimmy is the GOAT and he would not throw them away. It is, however, very, very sad to see that he only had 2 when basically you need one for every single turn of this game. Hopefully he has the next dungeon guide though, because that means he would not be taxed on that level 3 turn. But I don't think he has the influence to also play in Soul and like at least clear the board.
Yep, and I think we're showing
4. No,
we don't need
so
it. We don't need a hand. If Anitas can do it, Lorraine can do it.
At least he has cards in hand. But man, that's so tough to see. It pains me right in my meow meow heart. It's tough, man.
Jimmy doing the lean, peeking at the card, being like, I hope this is something, because I need it to be something.
Yeah.
Which at this point, we're probably going to see clearing the board is going to be priority 1 here. Trying to get probably that liminal off the board from the Peaceful Visage. Do not want that thing to grow out of control here.
to. But at the same time, well, he can't really take care of the 3/5 dungeon guy, but that is also a threat that's gonna keep on hitting. Everything on the board except for the Brisk Wind Trotter is 3 damage right now, which is not quite enough on board, making it, it's 10 damage currently, but it's quite rough. At least the Pendragon will be able to clear that liminal guide, like you said. So it's one step closer to an empty board and one more step away from certain demise for Jimmy, but it's still not looking good, unfortunately.
No, but clearing this board is definitely one step in the right direction, and we're we're definitely seeing that the Ghostman Dragon be able to hopefully reset that sword will also be a big help for next turn to hopefully start clearing 2 of these allies off. And I think this is the first ghost we've seen of both games.
Yeah, this is the first ghost we've seen. Last game ended so fast that Jimmy didn't even really have time to see a ghost. But now he's here. At least he got the Pendragon. Let's see what Axis has in response to it, though. Impact Hammer coming out. That's going to be another 2 damage for Vanitas, attacking for 5 next turn, or this turn rather. So we're back to 9 damage on board currently. How do you think that Axis can Axis even close out the game this turn?
So what are we looking at? We're looking at 7 on board right now. So taking us up to 21. So we need to find 7 damage some way. I don't think there's many ways for this deck to do it.
It's 9 on board because Vanitas with the impact.
Oh, yep. I can't. Yep. Forgot the hammer.
Yeah.
So it's 9 on board. So yeah, we are 5 away. A 4-card hand on Vanitas. I don't think so. I think even a Searing Rebuke off the hammer swing would have only been 3 more. So we're probably still 1 more turn on Jimmy's side to see what we can do here. Which, if that's an in-soul.
If it's an in-soul, Axis has enough cards, I believe. Yeah, Axis has enough cards in hand for 1 Resolute stand. There's 4 cards in hand currently.
Is it 4 or 3? Because if it's 3, we don't have enough for in, so I don't think.
It's 4. Oh, for Jimmy?
Yeah, for Jimmy.
For Jimmy, that is 3. Yeah, he has 5. He has an influence of 5 currently, so he can't play another Pendragon. But
yeah, unfortunately, 1 card away from the in-soul range.
Yeah. He can play Pendragon and clear board, but Vanita still has the impact hammer, which will be another 5 damage, which would be lethal. Jimmy probably that's what he's checking right now. Does he have a way to survive and maybe take the game? But he is so close to death, and he has so few protective or defensive options at this point that it might just not, it might just be it for him. Draws for turn, sees what he has. Oh, 3 coming down. Flame Sweep. Oh, revealing how many? 5 cards? 4 or 5 swords?
I believe so.
4
yeah,
swords.
That's pretty big hit.
It was 4 swords, yeah.
But as you said, we are unfortunately it's still at the hammer range for lethal. So that 1 card, I think we are banking on it to be a Resolute.
It has to be a Resolute, or I feel like Jimmy would have conceded this game already. But does Axis just go for the hit and be like, all right, surely I have it? I don't think so. He's not a bad player, and he would not forget the Resolute. You have to be ready for it, unfortunately. So he has to find a way to deal 8 damage this turn. Oh, there. Okay, that is the 8. That is the damage that he's looking for. 4 from Cinderga.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, 4 for the Cindergeyser. Yeah. And at this point, we have any other spell card in hand or Vanitas alone, even through Resolute, is Searing Rebuke. That's the way to do it.
Searing Rebuke is it preventing 3, dealing 3 damage to Jimmy. Now, even if he has the Resolute, that is enough damage that is unfortunately game over, making Axis one of two players, I believe, that are 4-0 at today's Yeti online locals. That was a fun game though. I really enjoyed it. Even though Jimmy lost, I didn't I don't feel as bad as when Steve-O lost, because Steve-O like didn't have anything. It didn't look like much of a fight. But Jimmy did put up a very fair fight this time.
Yeah, 100%. And it was definitely Jimmy had it was kind of a crazy situation where Jimmy had the answers both games. He had ways to get out of it both games, but his opponent for one played very very well. Played some crazy things I wouldn't even think about in a lot of these setups. He just kind of poke damage through, being able to play the fast cure. Maybe it was on the card that he could play in hand, but playing the fast cure as a way to get +1 to get over the resolute to be able to still apply the tax. Very good play. We of course saw a lot of these like in game one. Just I'm gonna go to 3 as quickly as possible. We're gonna pressure everything. We're gonna put you at a point where you're not gonna be able to recover. Even if you play a fluffy, it's gonna be very hard for you to try to get back from this. So we saw very very good play from Axis. It was probably a if you want to look back and watch a stream and learn how to play Vanitas, those games were how to learn how to play the deck. 100%.
Yeah, he was he played this so well. Like the level, I feel like that this is very close to the level that Chess Club played it at Boston. So it's definitely a nice game to look back and like look at more niche and uncommon uh plays that were made, because you can see that he doesn't know, you have about as much information as they have. Obviously you cannot see their hand specifically, so you can see how also the lack of information impacted his decisions and how well he played around everything and made sure that he has enough damage and made sure that he can get there.
Yeah, and it was crazy because Jimmy knows this matchup. He knows what he needs to play. He knows what he needs to go to get out of it. It was just unfortunate that when Jimmy had the answer, Axis also had the answer. He already had the counter ready. He knew exactly what route he needed to take for what Jimmy was going to play, and it was just excellently executed. So, and it was absolutely a blast to watch. It was
Yes.
it was just a very 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 good the back and forth. So it was, and as you said, it was not one sided. Both players played interaction very heavily. They tried everything they could to try to keep the game alive. And it was just one of those things about Grand Archive I love is just seeing both players interact and seeing who gets the upper hand at that end of that interaction.
Yeah, it was just good Grand Archive gameplay. Honestly, like we got to see a full game of Grand Archive where both players had what they wanted to see. Obviously, I think Jimmy was a bit lacking on more offensive cards, but he did see all the defensive, basically everything that he had, like everything he plays. He saw it. He got to survive long enough to get to level 3 still. Got to, take some damage, put some damage onto Axis, get some chip in. It wasn't enough, unfortunately, but it didn't feel unfair, and it felt like a whole game of Grand Archive. Yeah.
100%. And it was just awesome. Like across the board.
Yes.
What more can I say? You got to see Ryle in two different ways, pushing that as we talked about that end game on two different strategies, and it's just really cool to see just kind of how these kind of devolve, like how this meta is currently evolves and kind of where we're at. And I'm not sure if we have the results from the other match. I know we had, I think was it a Luxem v Luxem mirror match, I think.
It was
Was the
definitely mirror. Not sure if it was Luxem, but yeah, right. Luxem deck won last game, so it has to be a Luxem mirror. Yeah. That's probably going to go to overtime and further. So we
I
might not even
would
have 2 4-0s today because it's a Luxem matchup.
Yeah, looking at it, yeah, sure enough, it was Luxem v Luxem. So we'll see where they get to. We'll see what the timer says
Good
if
luck,
they have
guys. It's the
completed
best we
theirs.
can say.
I'm looking now. I don't see a result entered yet, so that means they're still playing. They're doing the
Yeah.
classic. How many cards do you have in your hand? 25. Okay, I've got 26 in the amulet. Okay, cool. We got about 16 more turns. We're done.
Yep. Yeah, just 0 to 31 in 2 cards. Because if they can recover between them, Good luck. Sorry,
Yeah, and it's a game of
0
how many
carry on
in-caps do you have versus my in-caps.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a fun matchup. I feel like we had a much more wholesome and fuller game of Grand Arcade than we would have had if we looked at two Luxem decks. Obviously, you have to if you want to play the game well, those mirror matches are very, very important. Probably more important than like knowing your bad and good matchups because there's not much you can do. Mirror is when you're at the most balanced you can be, right? Because it's just literally you're just playing against your own deck. So that is probably the hardest matchup to play for any deck, a mirror matchup.
It is one that I see a lot of players, they forget the test. Like they'll get ready for any event. They'll practice as much as possible. They'll get there and they're when their first rounds are in a mirror match and they have to come back over to the table and goes, "Yeah, I didn't practice this. I completely I forgot what even my own deck did in this matchup." And
The
it's
one time sorry. Go
oh,
ahead, sir. I'm gonna
you're
say
good. Go ahead. I was done with my points.
the one time I got very close to day 2ing at an ascent. I was like one win away. I was a win and in. All day it was Ascent Toronto. I was playing Razor Girls all day. I was playing like Merlins and everything. I only had 2 losses. Both of them were to good friends of mine. I got to the last round. It was a friend of mine. His name is also Clem. Hi, Clem. He usually watches SBP, so hi, Clem. You remember this? The trauma that I also caused myself. Oh yeah, he might be in Taiwan because they do travel quite a bit. So if he's in Taiwan, best of luck. But Clem and Clem versus Clem, that was the matchup. The matchup was unique wind allies versus unique wind allies. So it was a
Oh
mirror
no.
in every sense
Oh
of the word.
no.
I was playing against the Clem on wind uniques, and we were 1-1, and on the last game, I only my brain froze. What took over was, oh, I saw people do this today who played against me who all lost, but I forgot about that part. And I was like I took out the wrong ally every single time, and that's why he like obviously I can't say that that's why he won, but I feel like that was the main reason that he won because I just took out the wrong ally every single time, and I'm like, I should have practiced, and I shouldn't have just been like, yeah, this is what people did against me, so maybe I should try it. No, because that's why they lost to me.
Listen, going into the first ever Worlds team event, we knew for 100% we put our teammate Glass on Luxem and we put him in the
Oh,
middle
yep.
and we were like, "You're gonna play this matchup. You're gonna see this matchup, and we're gonna win the mirror match because we're gonna play 100 games of this mirror match, and if you ever drop a game in this mirror match, there's a problem."
Yeah, honestly, best prep, best prep. That's how you learn your deck the best as well because you see what they can do and like, oh, that's the smart thing that I should maybe take. Or you can see, okay, that's something that gave me a big advantage, so I shouldn't really do that. And then you're also like, okay, this is what I should do in this situation, and you can anticipate what your opponent might do. If like, oh, if they play Resolute Stand as well, and I'm playing allies, okay, this is how I can play around it or steal the idea from your opponent. It's the same thing as I said of like learn from them. So you can learn so many things, and I feel like so many more things by playing a mirror. Obviously, there's gonna be cards that you don't play that someone that like techs against your deck plays, but at its core, if you're just starting to learn the deck, probably playing mirror matches against like someone that already knows the deck is the best way to start learning a deck.
Yeah, and I can say it works out. I mean, we trained for it, and we went undefeated until the hardest opponent Tristan had to play was himself because he forgot to register 4 Gleaming Cuts in his list.
I remember that he came up and was like, we got a loss, and I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, deck list, huh?
Like, I can understand, like, I made the mistake too. I accidentally registered an extra Frostbite in the list because I wrote 2 instead of 3, or I wrote 3 instead of 2. So I get it. I also, at the same time, we both lost because of that. But then they came over and said, "Hey, you had an extra card in your deck." I'm like, "Oh crap, yeah." But let me check the
That
list.
is
Yep,
okay
that was
because he
happening.
had 4.
And then, hey, he only registered 56 cards. We're like, "How did you do this?" So remember, the moral of the story: always practice your mirror match, and make
And
sure you have 60 cards in your deck.
check your deck list, man. Check your deck list. Whew.
Alrighty, I think at that point, I think we've kind of wrapped up most of the day, and I think we just have some
Yeah.
final announcements to make, and then I think we
Final
can kind of get
words.
people on their way.
I think the most important thing we have to remember today is that it's a little past midnight here for our central people, but it was our wonderful producer, host of worlds, incredible Grand Archive caster, incredible Grand Archive player, and just beloved community member Once in Love's birthday today. And he still ran the stream, and he was here for like 5 hours bringing the content to you guys. So be sure to thank him. Be sure to wish him a happy birthday. If not in chat right now, tag him in like Merlin's or something. I'm sure he'll enjoy it. Don't forget that because it's his birthday, he's giving you guys some gifts. So do be sure to check out the pinned comment or pinned message in chat. Be sure to check it out in the description as well. Go to his Twitter and Instagram where he's also doing giveaways. And don't forget, on Monday there will be a Serene Scriptures podcast talking about the metagame, and there will be another giveaway there. So he is giving away so much stuff for his birthday. The least you guys can do is wish him a very happy one, and hopefully he'll be here with us for many, many more years, bringing us many years of entertainment and friendship and just great vibes, honestly.
Oh, 100%. And yeah, happy birthday to Once in Love. One of my favorite casters throughout the game. One of my favorite hosts. Just if you never just kind of walked up and said hi to him, said talk to him, it's a great guy to talk to. If you haven't had the chance,
No bias,
say
but I
hi.
agree.
One,
Zero
I
bias
mean,
for me.
might be a little biased, but But no, again, thank you everybody for joining. Again, a very special happy birthday to Once in Love. And thank you guys all for being here to celebrate, see some awesome Grand Archive. And if you have not already, you have not checked it out, Yeti next weekend is going to be hosting a regional. So if you maybe are not close enough to go to an in-person regional and you want to try your shot at winning one of those beautiful, beautiful smoke bombs, finally got to see it in person, I would highly recommend taking your shot, going and playing, and see if you can snag one of them because they look absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and if you want to see it, it will not be streamed, so you have to play. However, if you are curious about the meta breakdown of it, maybe, or like a nice little chat with Once in Love and Valkyrie, don't forget to subscribe so you can see all of the updates for the streams, all of the Serene Scriptures podcasts, and some community updates that are sometimes posted now on the channel. So, yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out today. Thank you very much, NEETfull, for coming out and casting with me. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for playing. Congratulations to Axis for going 4-0 today. We'll see if Lilac some people tie or if someone wins. So don't forget to peep the Omni decks for that. And yeah, thank you guys very much for being here with us and hanging out. And see you guys 2 weeks from now. I think 2 weeks from now. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 weeks from now. So,
Later.
all right. Later, everyone. Have a good night or morning.